right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, and also 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. If you're on YouTube today, you can see Jeff Passan. He's going to join us via video at 8:30. And something tells me we'll talk about this.
Another 3-2. Fly ball driven. Way back there, left field, take cover. Number 50, midway up the second deck. History marches on. For the first time ever, a catcher has hit 50 home runs in a season. It has never been done until right now, until Cal Raleigh.
How about that? There you go, Cal. Number 50. Number 50 for Cal Raleigh. We were talking yesterday about the various numbers that would have some meaning, and 50 has meaning. It's halfway to 100. It just is one of those big round numbers that, at least when I was a kid, stood up there as just one of these great goals to try to reach that nobody could do until finally Cecil Fielder did it. But it hadn't happened for such a long time, right? You got to go back to, some of the great sluggers of yesteryear, for me anyway. And then eventually, you get to 50, and then a bunch of guys did it, and Griffey did it, and obviously the steroid guys kind of did their thing and got to 60 plus, 70 plus, but 50 still holds enormous value. And for Cal Raleigh to hit 50 home runs in a season, whether he's a catcher or anything else, unbelievable to me. Just a tremendous, incredible accomplishment. I went over to the ballpark yesterday. You know what Cal was doing before the game? Getting a haircut. So I'm getting a haircut. That's all I can tell you. That's behind the scenes knowledge that not everybody gets. But I've got it for you because I went behind the scenes yesterday and I saw with my own eyes Cal Raleigh getting a haircut before the game. Wanted to look pretty for 50. Who could blame him? If you're going to hit 50 home runs later that night or get to number 50 later that night, don't you want to look your best? I would. And Cal did it. Gets all the way to 50. Pretty incredible.
Glad it's not another Buhner buzz cut.
No,
that didn't.
It wasn't a buzz cut. Just keeping it tight, keeping it looking good, right? And then just a couple hours later, he goes out and sees that pitch. He was hunting for it, and he just destroys it again. Another right-handed home run. Obviously, that has been such a huge difference for him this year. I got some numbers on that I'll play here in just a little bit. The guy is he's an MVP. And they're chanting MVP when he comes up, as they should. And as Shannon pointed out yesterday, and I noticed it later, he's tied now with Aaron Judge in F-WAR atop all of Major League Baseball. The Mariners are being carried by Cal Raleigh. It's not really even all that close. And, last night they got some help, or he got some help. Polanco had a nice night. Some other people had a nice night, and Bryce Miller did enough. But this is Cal Raleigh's world, and we're just living in it. It's not going to be every day because he is going to have some inconsistency to his game because he is, in many ways, sort of that old-school slugger with a lot of home runs and a lot of strikeouts. But the on-base percentage is still high, and he's finding ways to get on base, and he affects the game in so many other ways. And when you're now going to get to 50 home runs, guy's only 6 home runs away from Junior. That might be, we've sort of talked through all these other names and all these other people, right? And talked yesterday about getting to 54 and Mickey Mantle as a switch hitter. But, getting a Griffey at 56 is really remarkable. And he only has 6 home runs to do it. He could do that in a week. All right, maybe not a week, but 2. In 2 weeks, we could be sitting here having a conversation. We could come back. All right, so today is, what's the day? Tuesday? How about 2 weeks from yesterday? We could legitimately be coming in Monday morning after the first Seahawks game of the season. Don't
even say it, because you've already said this team does the opposite of everything you say.
I'm just saying what could happen. I'm not saying it's gonna happen.
Okay, I just don't want you
Maura, don't worry about me and my jinxes. Don't you worry about that. But don't you think it's kind of crazy we could be sitting here coming in the day after the first Seahawks game, and Cal Raleigh will have tied or passed Ken Griffey Jr.?
Yeah.
Isn't that fairly remarkable to think about with 2 weeks left of the season? I'm not saying he's going to get there at all. I'm not saying that. I don't know. Well, he could hit 5 in the next week or so. He could wait a week or two and then hit 5 more. I mean, Cal has been these tend to come in bunches for him. When he locks in and that ball looks big, he just starts destroying it for, a couple games a week at a time, and then he'll slow down and then he'll pick it back up again because that's just kind of the nature of this game and especially the way he plays it. But he's right there and ready to do all of that stuff. So yeah, pretty cool last night to see Cal right off the bat, and nice to see a little spunk, a little fight in the team, right? As they got down early, Bryce Miller was not his best. He was good, but not his best, especially in that one inning where he gave up a bunch of runs. And what do? They just keep scratching and clawing and fighting back, and they did it. This is not against the Rays. This was not against the Rangers. This was not against some of the other teams we've seen them play recently at home that, frankly, are not very good and aren't really going to be a part of things here, even in a mediocre American League. This is against the Padres team. It's really good. The Mariners now have taken 4 in a row from them. I don't know what it is, but they have taken 4 in a row from these Padres. They officially win the Vetter Cup. Now, Lyle, you know that I can be a little negative on things that I find to be a little schlocky. Was never a big fan of the Maple Grove because it felt forced, right? It was like coming off the heels of the King's Court, which was real and awesome and authentic. And to me, the Maple Grove always felt like a cheap imitation of trying to do something like the Felix deal, but with a player that wasn't ready for it, and it was silly.
It was done by the fans.
But it was silly.
Felix's thing was done by the team.
Yeah, but the fans thing was it felt desperate. It felt like they were trying to recreate something that had been lost. And as much as I find Stick Riz funny, the rest of it was not, it was not for me. You don't like the Vetter Cup and the Better Man Trophy? It's awesome. It's so funny. I think it's hilarious. It's silly. It takes it like all the way to the to the extreme of. I love it. I think it's great. What's the problem with it?
I will not be celebrating regular season wins and regular season trophies.
What do you mean by celebrate? I mean, like, you think they're greasing up poles and people are going to be partying in the streets?
Major League Baseball is out here tweeting insane graphics about winning the Vetter Cup.
Well, that's because you're missing the fun of it,
Yeah,
honestly.
I think it's supposed to be fun. I don't think anyone's putting this like in their history book.
This is the idea of this is silly. They've created a funny idea because the Mariners and Padres have no real rivalry other than that they were stuck together in the whole, like, there was nobody left for each of them to play in the rivalry of, in rivalry week. They don't have a Subway series. They don't have a Freeway series. They're not a Bay series. They're not a Crosstown series. They have no historical significance whatsoever. The only link between the two cities anyone can find is that Eddie Vedder lived in one and got famous in another. And because of it, they create this hilarious Vetter Cup and throw a guitar out there? Come on, man. You're missing it. That's really funny.
This feels like the NBA in-season tournament.
No, it does not. Stop it. It does not feel that way.
It kind of does.
How?
Because you're celebrating a regular season. You're getting a regular season trophy. That's what it is.
But it's not a real first of all, it's a guitar. It's not, I mean, like, they purposely went over the top with all of it. It's over the top. It's like I think you're missing the joke.
Is the MVP also part of the joke?
Yes.
Oh. Well, maybe I am.
The Better Man Trophy? Yes, it's absolutely part of the joke. They're not hanging a banner. Like, it's a funny, entertaining, like, I don't know, that's really weird, really an odd. Like, when you see teams with real rivalries, like when the Red Sox and Yankees or the Cubs and like when one of those teams wins the season series, they don't hang a banner or have a trophy, but I think there's a level of pride. Like, people care about how that went. No one's saying it's more important than whether or not you make the playoffs or the World Series or anything like that. But it's fun. It's entertaining. And I think it's tongue-in-cheek, which is the thing that makes it great. So I'm sorry you don't dig it. I think it's fun. I think it's actually one of the more clever, entertaining, kind of silly, tongue-in-cheek things that two teams have created. And so, I don't know, getting the opportunity to see those two teams doing it for the Vetter Cup, I thought was pretty fun last night. And the Mariners have now won it. So, Lyle, maybe you just don't like when the Mariners win. I don't know what to tell you. The Mariners have won the Vetter Cup. You can forget about the playoffs, forget about the World Series, forget about all the other goals for the team. They're probably going to shut it down now.
Yeah, someone
would be
just
my guess.
texted it's like the Apple Cup in college football. Did you hate that, Lyle?
No, that's a real rivalry.
But that's what makes this funny. Like, they don't have a real rivalry. So they're creating it out of thin air, which makes it funny.
I guess I never really picked it up as a joke. I thought people are actually running with this.
No, I think it's very much a joke. But I mean, it's fun. Like, it's not like they're not trying to win the games. And Eddie Vedder will be there today, I think, to give out the trophy to the Mariners, which is kind of awesome. I know you don't know who he is, but for a lot of people around Seattle and maybe even San Diego, having Eddie Vedder on hand to give out the trophy is kind of awesome.
For all I know, he was there yesterday.
He was not there yesterday. All right, we got to go. We'll come back here with everything you need to know. We'll play you some more sound.
Jordan Schusterman, every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
What's your optimism when it comes to guys with the ball in their hand, the pitchers on the mound?
You're on it in terms of what is the biggest concern. You now have an offense that can come back, and so it feels a little bit more frustrating to maybe use your lower leverage guys in games where you feel like you're back in it, but at the same time, you understand that you can't just throw Brash and Munoz every day, and even if you do, it's not always going to work out that easily.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed, all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Love!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Right back, throws it! Touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford.
That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
If you've been considering upgrading your siding, now is the perfect time. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. In the Pacific Northwest, moisture is the enemy. Old failing siding leads to hidden water damage, rot, and mold. State Roofing and Exteriors is a James Hardy preferred contractor with over 55 years of siding expertise. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your siding inspection today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
50 home runs for Cal Raleigh. 50 home runs, a tremendous number, incredibly meaningful, impactful, and after hitting 49 the night before, didn't take him too long to get there.
So JP ready, the windup, and the 3-2 on the way to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to left field, heading to the upper deck, stay fair, upper deck, goodbye baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh. He becomes one of only 33 members of the 50 home run club, and he reaches the upper deck like he did with home run number 48 yesterday. 49, he crushed off the out-of-town scoreboard, and the magical season just continues for Cal Raleigh.
That's a pretty good call from Rick Riz. 20 home runs from the right side, 30 home runs from the left. In terms of home run rate, though, he's actually been a whole lot better from the right side, hitting it out about 12% of his plate appearances. It's only about 7.5% from the left side. Just incredible what he's done. And as he said, working on the right side was a big part of the plan coming into the year.
I think I'm just doing a better job of getting on time. I'm getting my hands back sooner, which has helped. Getting ready to hit early, and I think for a little bit there, I was just wasn't getting my hands back in time, and obviously with the solid approach up the middle, that always helps too. So just trying to slow it down, get ready to hit, and get those hands back. So
he is certainly hitting the ball and hitting it very, very hard. Joins Mickey Mantle as the only switch hitters to ever get to 50. Mantle, of course, topped out at 54. He joins Ken Griffey Jr. as the only Mariners to get to 50. Jr., of course, got to 56. Cal has 30 games to go, and, comparing him and throwing his name around with some of those other guys, kind of a big deal.
It's really good. And, he's already, again, you think at some point he's going to get, he's going to get to a point where you're not comparing him to people, but he's getting compared to Hall of Famers, and that means a ton. Being able to set the catcher mark, and that continues to go up, that bar continues to get higher, and then, doing what he's doing. Again, just it's been super impressive all along.
It's been incredible to watch, and again, I don't think anybody out there could feel like this could happen to a better person, or that there was anyone out there more equipped to handle it. Cal has just done it all with aplomb. It's just been incredible to watch.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, he also wasn't the only guy, though, yesterday, because as for the game, the Mariners, they just have the Padres' number. Didn't start well, but the bats came roaring back. Cal had his home run, but Jorge Polanco was really the guy yesterday.
And again, the 2-2 to Polanco, swinging a ground ball inside the bag at first, down the right field line, in toward the corner. Here comes Suarez. Naylor rounding third, he'll score. Over the third goes Garver. And at second, Jorge Polanco with a 2-out, 2-run double. The throw in from Tatis Jr. The Mariners tack on 2 more, and they now lead the Padres 7-4. And what a night for Jorge Polanco. His third base hit. He now has 4 runs batted in. A hot shot ground ball right over the bag at first, down the right field line. It hit off the seats, then angle out down the right field line. And Suarez and Naylor score easily.
Yeah, it was a big night for Jorge. 4 of the 9 runs he drove in. They made it a little close, unfortunately, late. But kudos to the Mariners. That was a much-needed win to start off this series. They officially win the Vetter Cup, much to Lyle and apparently a lot of other folks here in the text machine's anger. It sounds like Eddie may be on hand to present to the winner tonight. Astros off. Red Sox win. Royals lose. So the Mariners pick up a game in the wild card there. So what, they're 4 up now on the Royals? That's a pretty good place to be with only 30 games left to play.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Ooh, cutdown day. Cutdown day in the NFL. Seahawks have to be at 53 on their roster by 1 o'clock this afternoon. If the past is any indication, they'll wait until the very last moment to announce much of anything. Here's Mike McDonald.
You have a lot of questions about our roster and all the things kind of going on right now, but hope you understand. We're just going to keep it tight for right now, and we'll announce everything tomorrow. And we're still working through the process of these transactions, but and John said this, and I love how we do it here. It's, we're looking at it through the lens of, hey, this is the 70. This is not the final 53. We need everybody in our building. All these guys have been awesome, and this is the crew that we're building for the long haul. And it's a big day for these guys. I understand that, big couple days, but hopefully we have a kind of a little bit longer term view of their careers, and we really appreciate the guys that have been here the whole time. They've done a great job.
All right. Well, we'll find out what goes down, and there's always a surprise or two right around cutdown day. No official word yet on whether we'll see Tyrese Knight or Chenna Nwosu for the opening week, but both are slated to return to practice. And sadly, at least for me, the Trey Hendrickson dream died last night as he signed a 1-year deal to remain in Cincinnati. Lucky him. He gets to stay in Cincinnati with the Bengals. Yay for Trey. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Lyle, you got a lot of support here on the text line. A lot of people agree with you. A lot of people without a sense of humor who agree with you here on the text line. It's, look, there's tons of them here. I agree with Lyle. Salk's just a corporate shill. Sports aren't supposed to be funny. I mean, I think it would be one thing if the guys on the field were taking this and thinking about it. But I think the fact that it's just something separate from the game, I don't know. I really just don't have a problem with it at all. I think it's just a fun thing. I don't think that anybody is trying to deflect from the fact that the Mariners haven't won a World Series. I see a bunch of those. I think it's just a fun deal. And it doesn't, to me anyway, because it feels sort of over the top, it doesn't feel like the forced stick riz Maple Grove, which was just trying to copy what they had done with Felix, except without all of the natural authenticity of everything that was there for Felix. So anyway, all right, well, we'll take a break. We'll come back here. We'll talk a little football with Sheil Kapadia, who hates the Seahawks offense, but loves the Seahawks defense. He'll explain next on Brock and Salk.
And now here's Cal Raleigh.
The season of Cal continues.
More history. Goodbye, baseball. Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher.
As Cal rewrites the history books.
He's starting to set a bar that's equal to nobody else.
And builds his case for MVP.
Just trying to stay focused on the main goal, and that's winning baseball games.
This is where you hear it all.
The storybook season.
The home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to gnc.com.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb.
At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right. We've been talking a lot of baseball today, and for good reason. Fun to talk through what Cal accomplished yesterday, and we'll come back to some of that at 9:30 as well. It was not the world's greatest preseason game that we watched, but now that is behind us, Brock, and now we have the opportunity to start getting ready for the season just under 2 weeks away. And to help us with that, old friend of the show, former co-host of the show, Sheil Kapadia, direct from Philly. What's up, my man? How are you?
What's up, my friends? How we doing? Good to see you.
I know.
It's not a radio hit where I'm calling in. You guys got this fancy setup. I get my camera here, and now I get to see your handsome faces.
We get to see yours as well. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube or Seattle Sports app or whatever, you can see Sheil, who is here with us on video.
You worried about him, Salk? You worried about Sheil like I am?
I don't think so. Why are you worried about Sheil?
I'm a little worried about him. Usually you go back to Philly, you get all hard-edged and tough, and, you spit fire about the Seahawks sucking as the 24th worst offense in football. And then the 12s come with pitchforks. And what does Sheil do? He then shills to the 12s, and he says, oh, but wait, this is the best defense in the NFL. This isn't the Sheil Kapadia. I know what's going on.
Listen, the Seahawks fans have never come at me with pitchforks. We had a great relationship from the start. We continue to have a great relationship. You're trying to drive this wedge between us, and I will not have it. And you can check with my editors. I turned in both pieces within a span of 12 hours, so there was no pandering, Brock. Nice try.
Okay. So let's talk through this. So you had the Seahawks. This is your stuff for the Ringer. You had the Seahawks as the 24th offense. Is that right? Number 24?
That's correct.
But the number one defense. So we'll get to the defense in a minute. Let's start with the 24th best offense. Why are you not sold? Is this because you are, at your core, a got-to-have weapons, passing, newfangled approach to football guy, or do you see something else that's a problem here?
I just see a lot of, and I could be wrong about it, but I see a lot of sort of betting on exceptions with the Seahawks offense, and they could hit, but it's just the track record with a lot of these things that I think some people who are bullish on the Seahawks offense, the things they're pointing to, for example, the offensive line could be better. It could be better. I don't know that it's going to be better. Clint Kubiak could scheme around the offensive line. Maybe he'll do that. I don't know that he has a long track record of being able to do that. Sam Darnold, he could be the same guy he was with the Vikings last year. Maybe there were 5 or 6 years before that where he didn't look like that guy. So again, it could all come together. I understand the plan. I understand it's really only a 1-year commitment to Darnold, and those things could happen, and they could overperform this ranking. But when I'm looking at all the teams in the NFL and who do I feel sort of better about, who do I feel more sure about, I had other teams ahead of them.
Sheil, do you not understand old school football with new school principles?
I do love that. In fact, if you guys are giving out T-shirts with Mike McDonald, I will take one.
Take
large one over here. I'll give you my address.
That was a JSN line, actually.
Yeah, old was it? Oh, I thought it was Mike McDonald.
Well, I'm sure he heard it from Mike McDonald, but I mean, and that's a good thing. If the players are repeating the things and messaging that they hear from the coach, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I know it's going to start with the run game, and it's a great philosophy to have, and I think they can build stuff to fit Sam Darnold's skill set if they can run the football and use play action and go under center and do all those things. I just need to see that they have a great run game. I mean, that doesn't feel like a controversy. Is that a controversial take that I need to see that they have a great run game?
It's you and Bobby Stelton. You guys have been so scarred. The wound heals, but the scar remains with this offensive line, and I get it. All of us have. This O-line has been problematic, to say the least. That would be being very nice. For a long time. Years, you covered them. It started to erode, Sheil, and then you left us, and it got worse and worse. what we saw, and I know they're 2 preseason games, but I think what our eyes saw, what Brian Baldinger saw, what we saw at training camp, what Pete Carroll saw up close, what Andy Reid saw up close, what LaFleur saw in a joint practice up close, I can't remember as talented and as young an offensive line as we're going to get to see here in 13 days. That's Charles Cross.
You could be right.
That's Charles
and
Cross. That's Abe Lucas. That's Gray Zabel. That's more than likely Sundell, the center, very athletic. And an Anthony Bradford that actually is somewhat disciplined and has lost some weight and is playing to some of the talent that he had. Like, I just don't remember this kind of athleticism and talent, young talent on the offensive line.
Yeah, and I think there is reason to think that if they are going to surprise people like me who still have doubts, I'd rather it be an offensive line with a bunch of young players who can improve, who could be ascending. Again, you just kind of need to see it. Now, I do believe that this type of scheme can scheme around some weaknesses, and you don't need to have the best offensive line and the most talented offensive line. We've seen it with guys like Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel and Sean McVay, that they are able to do things with this scheme where they protect that offensive line. But again, it's just, maybe you check back with me in week 6 and I say I was wrong and I got this team going to the Super Bowl. I just need to see it. That's all.
I get that. I think that makes sense. And I've had a lot of questions about the offensive line also. I will admit that I probably got too excited and overreacted to especially that second preseason game because they were just so dominant running the ball. I mean, at 268 yards, and each play looked better than the one before it. And the offensive line was opening up holes. And it was quite a sight to behold. The only real argument I would make with what you just said, Sheil, is I think sometimes in the NFL, more than any other league, sometimes you have to take it on spec. Sometimes you don't get that chance to really see it before you believe it, because by the time you start to see it, those guys get over the hill, and then what you think is true is no longer true, because by the time you know these guys and know the names, half the time they're over the hill at that point and not as good as they used to be. So I totally get where you're coming from, but I would just think that in this league more than any other, you don't always get a chance to see it before you believe it.
Yeah, you have to project. You have to look at track records. You have to do all those things. Gray Zabel, going into the draft, nobody who I trusted with college scouting opinion. Everybody loved the guy. I think he has a chance to become kind of a cult hero there. I think he's going to be good right away. It's just a matter of degrees of uncertainty to what you're saying. There are teams I can look at, the Buffalo Bills, the Baltimore Ravens. I go in, I know the offense is going to be great unless, half the starters get injured. And then you go to the next tier and you say, all right, I have a good, and then you kind of just go down the list. Yeah. So that's all I do. And that's kind of where I arrived at that conclusion.
And that's probably where we flip the page as to then the positive side of this. Is that why then the Seahawks are the number one defense going into this season? Not number 2, not number 3, baby. Numero uno. Is that why?
That's why. It's actually exactly what Salk just said, that sometimes you got to, and especially defensively where things change so much year to year. It's a matter of, hey, did you get lucky with some turnovers? Did you stay healthy? What quarterbacks did you face? But that's where I can get to that projection, because I've seen Mike McDonald now do it for 3 years. 3 straight years he's produced a top 8, top 10 defense. I was bullish on him last year. Early on, it looks a little shaky, but man, you saw the second half of the year, their defense was playing as well as anyone in the NFL. So I look at that. So I like the scheme. I like the coaching. And then I look at the talent. And I really like defenses that have a mix of, hey, reliable veterans. Leonard Williams, you signed DeMarcus Lawrence. There are guys I can trust on that defense. But then you have some young wild cards. Maybe it's Byron Murphy. Maybe it's Nick Eamon-Warrior, where all of a sudden we could be saying, whoa, this guy is really an impact player, and we didn't see that coming. So I really like the mix of those two things. It's not too many young players that I don't know about. It's not guys who might be on the wrong side of 30 where you say they could face some decline here. It's a nice mix of both those things, and I think Mike McDonald is one of the best defensive coaches in the NFL. So, yeah, I put that all together, and a lot of people said, you're good. And I'm like, that doesn't feel that controversial to me when you looked at how the second half of last season played out for these guys.
Yeah, the only thing that is controversial, quote unquote, about it would be, do they have that one dude? Do they have that guy, that elite level talent that in the big spot is going to rise to the occasion? And it's the one thing I think they're missing. Now, there is one guy kind of available who has that kind of talent. He's in Cincinnati. He's desperate to get out of the worst situation imaginable. Maybe you heard Boomer Esiason talking about that on Friday, dear God. But if you're the Seahawks, wouldn't you want Trey Hendrickson, add him to this defense and truly give it that last thing it's missing?
You could think about that. I would imagine in their building, they might be a little hesitant to go after a pass rusher who I think is going to be 31 years old. You're going to have to give up draft compensation. And then, by the way, you're going to have to pay him whatever he wants near the top of the market. Are they in that window where that type of move makes sense? Now, maybe they think they are and they say, hey, let's be aggressive. He can give us 2 or 3 great years. I would look back at Mike McDonald's Baltimore defenses, though, and you could have said the same thing. Every year I would look at the depth charts in the roster and say, man, I don't know about the edge rush here. They don't have that one guy. And guess what? You looked up at the end of the season and they still had a great defense. It's almost like that's his secret skill, Mike McDonald, is he finds ways to mess with the protections of opposing offensive lines, to figure out ways to, hey, we're only going to rush 4. We're not a big blitz team, but guess what? You don't know which 4 are coming, and we have 7 in coverage, and now we have a free rusher, and your quarterback wasn't expecting it, and now we created a negative play. I mean, I think that's one of his superpowers, Mike McDonald, as a defensive schemer. So, yeah, I think it's something you call about, maybe you check in about. I don't think Trey Hendrickson's getting moved. You know, they're in a Super Bowl window, and you look at the Bengals defensive depth chart, and, man, they got nothing up front. So that would really surprise me. So I would imagine it would cost a lot, and I think Trey Hendrickson will be on the Bengals in week 1.
I tend to agree with you. Salk, that's why they asked Boomer to pay his own way. They needed to save
the money,
about $1,500 first class to get Trey Hendrickson's deal done.
By the way, just speaking of that, just some breaking news as we're talking. Scary Terry has signed his deal in Washington, so another potential trade target. Terry McLaurin has signed his deal in Washington. Sorry.
So Sheil, when you talk to people around the league and you take away information and you learn about Mike McDonald, I love what you said there about the scheming, especially with the pass rush. What are some other takeaways? What are 2 or 3 things that people say from the national level? Because we see it so close. Sometimes, what is it, the forest and the trees? We don't see the big global picture of it. When you talk to people, what's your takeaway with Mike McDonald?
Yeah, the big thing I've heard is he has a very, unique way, smart way to teach a bunch of stuff without overwhelming the player. So you look at different schemes around the NFL. Sometimes coaches say, hey, we're going to do one thing. We're going to do it better than anybody else, and we're going to know our rules for doing it no matter what the offense is throwing our way. The Seahawks are able to do so many different things, and I think that's so important in the NFL this day and age, where you can't be static. You can't say, hey, we major in this one coverage or we major in this one pressure. Offenses are too good. And McDonald has found a way, if you just look at all the numbers, you really can't predict what coverages are they going to play week to week. It's very game plan specific is kind of the phrase you hear thrown around, that when you get in a playoff game, you want to be able to scheme something up against that specific opponent that attacks their weaknesses and accounts for their strengths as well. And that, to me, I don't know how he does it. I can't tell you what the specifics are. I'm sure players there could probably explain it really well, whether it's certain buckets or he makes it easier for them to upload all of this information. But he's found a way to make it work. I mean, to come in year 1 with a new group of players, with a new scheme, and for it to just take half the season, that was really impressive last year.
So talking to Sheil Kapadia now from The Ringer, he's been everywhere. He's been at ESPN here. He went back to Philly. He was with The Athletic. Now you can
Johnny
find him at
Cash,
The Ringer.
Sports media.
I just gotta. Well, I just want to make sure people know where to find you. I mean, like, you go looking for Sheil stuff, and you're like, where is he? I gotta know where he is. He keeps finding better jobs. He keeps moving up the ladder. These 2 units, the offense and the defense, they reach their potential if what? Give me an answer on each. Fill in the blank there. How do each of them reach their potential?
I think offensively, they reach their potential if the offensive line reaches sort of the baseline of competency that we've been talking about, that Brock was talking about. I think the nightmare scenario is we're sitting here in week 9 or week 10, and you're going, I thought this was going to be different. I thought the younger players were going to be better. I thought the scheme was going to help them out. And we're saying, shoot, it was a key third down in the fourth quarter, and the right guard got beat badly, and all of a sudden Sam Darnold fumbled or threw an interception. I think that's sort of the nightmare scenario. So I do think the offensive line is kind of the key there. I mean, you could obviously say Darnold, but I think putting Darnold in position to succeed, that's probably more of what it is. Defensively, they reach their potential, I think, if one of these wild cards is really sort of a breakout, whether it's Murphy, whether it's, Eamon Worry, where we're saying, man, look at the way Mike McDonald is using him. I mean, there are other questions I have, the second cornerback spot. There's some, like you said, some stuff up front. Can someone emerge? But I feel like you need one of those younger players to sort of be a breakout star if they're going to reach that, number one level. I think their floor is pretty high. I mean, I would be really surprised if they were anything but a good defense this year. But to be one of the best defenses in the NFL, they probably need one of those young players to hit.
So if you got the one defense and the 24th offense and you punch that into your ringer algorithm, what and how many wins does that compute to at the end?
I was hoping to avoid this question, Brock. I was being real positive. No, I think, listen,
Sheil, you're never going to avoid it with me. I'm going to bring that heat. You know that.
Yeah,
I
know. I should know that by now. I think they're a fringe playoff team. I have them at 8 and 9. Just out of the playoffs. I actually think there's a small window for what they could do. Like, I think they're probably going to be between 7 and 10 wins this year. And so if you get to 9 or 10, now you have a chance to be in the playoffs. 7 or 8, you're not in the playoffs. It just goes back to how we opened the conversation. Let me see it with the offense. I could be wrong. There are smart people who I talk to who say, nope, Sheil, you're wrong. This offense is going to be better than you think. But that's kind of where I land on. I'm sort of hovering, being in the mix week 17, but being just out of the playoffs.
It's funny, kind of listening to you. I thought you were going to say something a little different there after you said, what did you say, 8 and 9? I thought you might say, I think they're going to go 8 and 9, but I actually think they have a better chance of winning like 10 games than 9. Like, if it works out, they're going to be good. There's a better chance that they kind of put it together offensively. And if the line is competent, they're maybe a 10, 11 win team. But that, like, right in the middle thing will be hard to do because that line is either going to be good or it's going to be bad, and it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, but I think the defense is going to give them a really high floor where they're just going to be in a lot of games. And so now it comes down to randomness, turnovers, injury luck, one-score games, a bad call, all those things that we see in the NFL where we don't want to say, hey, sometimes it does come down to luck. But it does come down to luck sometimes in the NFL. So I'm okay admitting that.
More likely to be 7 and 10 or 10 and 7?
I would say 10 and 7. I think 10 and 7. Yeah, I think I have them right on that fringe there. So I think
the
like
defense,
I said,
right?
Yeah, I think the defense gives them a high floor. They're going to be in games. So
face a lot of young QBs too, by the way, over the course of the season. Maybe not from the jump, but over the course of the season, as it stands now, we'll see what happens in injuries to some of these young QBs. But right now, you got a lot of young QBs that are going to be staring down Mike McDonald's scheme as well. And we saw last year that was pretty advantageous for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, no doubt about it.
The rest of this division, as you look at the rest of the NFC West, there are a lot of weird kind of up and down teams in this division right now.
It's really weird. Beginning of the summer, I was saying the Niners have the easiest schedule in the NFL. I like Brock Purdy probably more than a lot of people do. I feel like Kyle Shanahan, they're going to bounce back. And then every time I look up, they got another wide receiver injured. They have another offensive lineman injured. So it has been a tough summer for the Niners. I do still have them winning the NFC West. I don't think they're a juggernaut, but like I said, they have the easiest schedule in the entire league. So I've got the Niners 1, I've got the Seahawks 2, and I've got the Rams right below them. I mean, that Stafford injury, I just can't go into a season where a quarterback is that age with that injury uncertainty and feel like they're going to win the division. And then, listen, the hipsters like the Arizona Cardinals, I feel like this happens every year. They're trying to talk me into it. I'm not having it. I'm not going to drink your PBRs and play the vinyl and wear the plaid with you on this one with the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, call me when they are actually relevant and winning a playoff game during during this decade.
How do people end up in that spot with the Cardinals? Do they not see the horrible ownership? Do they not see the fact that the quarterback just isn't accurate enough? Like, it blows me away that people every year get sucked up into this Arizona Cardinals thing.
Yeah, I don't know. There are propaganda campaigns in the end. Like right now, I mean, I don't know if you guys, the Denver Broncos, I don't know. Sean Payton, this is the most impressive propaganda campaign I've heard in years, where every time I read something, it's like, Sean Payton told me we're winning the Super Bowl. He has a Super Bowl team this year. And I'm like, is Sean Payton just calling people, like, 3 times a day, telling them about this? So yes,
Maybe.
as you guys know, the PR, the propaganda does matter, and I think there's probably a little bit of that with the Arizona Cardinals.
Sheil, you ever been a hipster?
I like to pride myself, Brock. I can fit into different groups. High school, the stoners, the jocks, the hipsters, the nerds. Like, hey, we can hang out. I am one with you. So I don't know that I've necessarily ever been a hipster, but yeah, I could go hang out with you and have a couple PBRs on a Friday night. I'm good with that.
Man, that Phillies team is good.
Phillies Mariners World Series? What do we think?
Well, if it looks anything like the Phillies Mariners series from last week, it's going to be a short series. It's going to be 4-0, and you guys are going to be having to grease up the poles in Philadelphia again, because that was not pretty at all. That was tough. That was tough.
Yeah, that was surprising. I didn't think it was going to go that way. They've had a good season, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, the Kapadias are a baseball family, so we have baseball on the TV more than football.
Good. How are the Kapadias doing in general, and then we'll let you go.
Everyone's good. Girls are good. Start school next week. I'm trying to figure out what aura is and why my girls cringe when I use the aura. So I don't know if you guys can help me there or the listeners can help me there.
Well,
but I've been told, Dad, don't do that.
Yeah, your voice cracked when you just said it.
That's not aura. Yeah.
I'm not confident.
If your voice cracks, you don't have aura. I think that's clear. That's probably like Exhibit A of.
Well, especially when you say aura.
Yeah,
aura.
Yeah.
You gotta own it. Sheil,
Yep.
You got to own it. It was like, what was it I said more? A banger where I didn't feel comfortable in saying it?
Yeah, Justin.
I was trying to say, like, that song's a banger, but I didn't feel comfortable. And so once you don't feel comfortable, you're toast.
I think that's right. That's a good lesson for all the dads out there.
And
Thank
especially
you for
you're at the
reminding me.
Ringer now, too. Like, the Ringer's supposed to be cool. Like, you got to have a cool factor there, no?
I'm sure I'm being called grandpa on a bunch of group chats at the Ringer. Yeah, I do feel like the oldest guy during most calls, most meetings, but funny. That's okay. It keeps me young. Then so it's all right.
Good to talk to you. Good to have you on the show. Appreciate all of your thoughts. And you can find Sheil at the Ringer and read his piece on the 24th rated offense and the #1 rated defense of these Seahawks. Sheil Kapadia, thank you. We'll talk soon.
All right. Great to see you guys. Talk soon.
All right, good stuff. That was Sheil Kapadia, who is our good buddy, and he joined us yesterday. And, look, we'll see. I mean, we'll start to get a better sense of what the team looks like after today as they'll make their cuts, and we'll see what surprises are in store. And, there's questions at running back and questions at wide receiver and questions at D-line and offensive line and, surprises, and we'll see what that looks like. Brock's got some thoughts, and we'll get into it, I think, a little bit more deeply around 7:30. Plus, I got a story that I got to ask Brock about. Something happened to me and my family yesterday. I'm not happy about it. I'm quite frankly concerned about what it means for the future of my kids. So I got to ask Brock. I don't want to say advice because I'm worried he's going to side against me on it, but I think you'll have some sympathy for me here, and maybe you will. Maybe you'll even take my side on something. I don't know. I know it would be a huge stretch, so please don't just disagree with me on principle. Wait and hear me out at 7:30, and maybe you'll agree that I think I've been put into a very bad spot. So we'll dig into that here in a little bit. Up next, Brock is back. Cal's hit 50, and people in New York are big mad. It's next on Brock and Salk.
And now here's Cal Raleigh.
The season of Cal continues.
More history. Goodbye, baseball. Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher.
As Cal rewrites the history books.
He's starting to set a bar that's equal to nobody else.
And builds his case for MVP.
Just trying to stay focused on the main goal, and that's winning baseball games.
This is where you hear it all.
The storybook season.
The home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Homeowners, federal tax credits on heat pumps end soon. Home Comfort Alliance can help you save up to 75% on new in-stock heat pumps with combined discounts, utility rebates, and expiring federal tax credits on systems installed by December 31st. These are new in-stock high-efficiency models that will make your home comfortable year-round. Federal tax credits expire December 31st, so don't wait. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, it's Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people.
Goodbye baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
The Mariners' postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Homestretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike 3 call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out until the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part, Homestretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason pre-sale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
Game winner, walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you in a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Yes, sir, Brock, with number 50. Last night, didn't take long. Right off the bat, number 50 for Big Cal Raleigh. How about that?
Your favorite number 50 all time. Your favorite number 50 all time. You have a favorite number 50?
Mike Vrabel wear 50? I'm trying to think of people that wore 50.
You know what? Keep talking. I'm going to effort that.
I can't think of a lot of people that wore 50. I mean, I'm sure people have.
Jamie Moyer?
I never know baseball numbers. I'm terrible with baseball numbers. I always feel like they're not nearly as relevant as numbers in basketball, hockey, and football. So I just don't ever really end up knowing baseball numbers.
That's fair.
But yeah, 50 Cent maybe. I mean, like, that's probably going to be pretty high on the list.
Oh my gosh.
Who else would it be?
Mookie Betts wears 50. Wainwright wears 50. There's a couple.
Oh, the great Mike Singletary.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Singletary.
With those big bubble eyes popping out of his
He looked like he was about to come across the line and kill you.
Which is what I looked like last night when that ball just flew over the field once again. Woo!
NBA Hall of Famer David Robinson.
Yeah, he was number 50, sure.
Admiral.
The Admiral.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You said it yesterday that 50 just has some meaning to it. And you're right. There's just something substantive. Like you get to 50 home runs and realize that it's only you and Ken Griffey Jr. in the history of this franchise with A-Rod and with Edgar and with Buhner and, you know, some great players. It's you and Griffey. And Griffey hit his 50th September 7th. And I don't think we're to September yet, right? I think we're still a little ways away from old September 7th. And now to hit 20 from the right side, 30 from the left side, there is just some cool symmetry to this historic Cal season for Mr. Raleigh.
Do you know how many players have hit 50 home runs?
Ever?
How many players have hit 50 home runs?
50.
32.
Wow.
32 players. I'm reading from Wikipedia here, but 32 players have reached the 50 home run club in Major League Baseball history. Wow. 10 have done so more than once. Of those, 17 were righties, 14 were lefties, and until yesterday, 1 was a switch hitter. So Cal becomes number 33. He is the 33rd player to have reached the 50 home run club, joining Mickey Mantle as the only switch hitters to do it.
Wow.
That is not, I mean, when you think about how many people have played in Major League Baseball since the 1800s, right? When you start counting all of the great players that you know of, all of the great sluggers, the entire steroid era, all of it. And there's still only now 33 players to have reached 50 home runs in a season. That is remarkable, rare air that Cal Raleigh finds himself in, Brock.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, it's basically hitting 1 home run every 3 games, you know, or pretty close to that. And to do that over the course of the season and to remain healthy and productive, and, you know, by the time you are the target you are now, thankfully a Naylor and thankfully a Suarez and thankfully a Randy and thankfully there's some pieces of Julio are around Cal this year, so he just cannot be pitched around at all times. But it is, that is, wow, 33 in the history of this game.
Yeah, that number kind of jumped out to me, in addition to everything else about Cal. Now, while he's doing this, Brock, and by the way, a lot of people texting in about KJ Wright wearing number 50.
Of course.
Coach K, really. A lot of people calling him Coach K, I would say, rather than KJ Wright. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so while Cal has gotten to, he's now even with Aaron Judge in terms of F WAR, Brock, and you've mentioned a few times that F WAR is more important to you than B-War. So they're now tied in terms of their Fangraphs value over the course of this season. And yet the dialogue in the two cities seems to be very different about the two players right now. Here in Seattle, there's quite the celebration. They're chanting MVP every time Cal does something incredible, or even when he doesn't, just, stepping up to the plate. They're booing the pitcher last night for hitting him with a back foot curveball in the bottom of the foot. I loved it. I thought it was great. Meanwhile, in New York, not so much. Here's Brandon Tierney.
When Aaron Judge says we need to be angry, we need to, we can't tolerate this, whatever he said, right? Well, how about you show it? How about you show it in a non-monotone delivery? And I know he's not an actor. He's not an entertainer, so I'm not going to sit here and be that guy that, I guess I am to an extent this one time. I've never done this before, and judge an athlete necessarily on how they deliver messages. Again, they're not actors or actresses. They're baseball. They're athletes. So that's what I'm going to judge them on for the most part. But when you are the unquestioned leader, and I'm not dropping all of this at Aaron Judge's doorstep, but I'm sorry, I need a little bit more from Aaron Judge than, hey, we got to be angry. We can't accept this. You're damn right you can't accept this. Nobody could accept this. This is just wildly unacceptable.
Poor Brandon Tierney on WFAN, essentially invalidating his own point as he's making it, which is not something you hear every day. I don't expect him to be an actor, but in this case, he better act better.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
I don't want to be that guy, but I guess I am, just this one time.
Don't worry, he's not alone. He gets a similar message here from Jerry Recco and Willie Colon, also on WFAN.
You mentioned, Judge, and he's DHing, and, they need him to forget right field for a second, because, yes, that's going to be important to get Stanton out and get him back into right field. I agree with that. However, he needs to get going offensively. If you look at the month he's had, he was batting in August. He was batting .218 going into last night's game. He goes 0 for 3 last night. So whatever that average comes down to, I don't know, but right around 210, I would say. So he's had a bad month. He's only hit 3 home runs. He's not hitting for average. He's not really, I think he's got 9 or 10 RBIs. Not awful, but not Judge-like. They need him as much as they need him back in the outfield, and he did some work yesterday before the game, so I think that's closer than we think. They need his bat back.
They need his bat back. He's only got a 7.5 WAR so far over the course of the season. So, Brock, that's what's going on in New York. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, here in Seattle.
Another 3-2. Fly ball driven. Way back there, left field, take cover. Number 50, midway up the second deck. History marches on. For the first time ever, a catcher has hit 50 home runs in a season. It has never been done until right now, until Cal Raleigh.
Different vibe, huh?
Just a little. I like that. History marches on. And I love what this has done to Ricky and Gary and Aaron up there, and to, play-by-play people to get to do something and witness something and speak life to something that's never been done in the history of this game. I do every night, Salk, after these games are over, when I wake up this morning, when we get to talk about it, you kind of pinch myself and just don't take this for granted. I mean, just to not do that, to be, and it's a little bit challenging because I don't know if you could be any more humble than Cal Raleigh is through all of this. Mm-hmm. Like, he truly does not want to talk about it, doesn't want to talk about it post-game, doesn't want to sit there and celebrate himself. He just wants it to be about others, which, makes it that much more remarkable and meaningful.
I saw him before the game yesterday, Brock. I told Lyle Amora. I saw Cal, I don't know, about 4 hours before the game yesterday. You know what he was doing?
What was he doing, Mike?
He was getting a haircut. Cal Raleigh was getting a haircut 4 hours before the game yesterday, Brock. Breaking news here on Seattle Sports. You can take that to the bank. Saw it with my own eyes. Source me. Saw it. Witnessed it. Cal Raleigh in the barber's chair getting a haircut just 4 hours before that game yesterday. Not prepping. Not working with his pitchers. Not taking extra batting practice. We need more from Cal Raleigh. He only hit 1 home run last night. Maybe if he wasn't getting a haircut 4 hours before the game, we'd get more from Cal Raleigh.
Gosh, you'd be a good New York radio host. You know that?
Unacceptable. You get your haircuts on your own time, Cal. If you want to be an MVP for the Seattle Mariners, let me tell you, we don't get our haircuts 4 hours before the game.
You are such a dork.
Am I?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit. How about Cal Raleigh? Pretty cool story, man, and pretty fun to watch all of this. Even the glimpse I saw of him getting a haircut 4 hours before the game. We'll come back with everything you actually need to know next.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Champions aren't just built on the field, they're forged in the forest. At Bellevue Adventures, sports teams tackle aerial challenges, zip lines, and climbing walls that build trust, unity, and mental toughness. Whether you're prepping for the season or celebrating a win, we'll help your team bond like never before. Visit Bellevue-Adventures.com to schedule your team's adventure. Bellevue Adventures. Train as one, win as one. Bellevue-Adventures.com.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Auto Lock Masters reminds parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Auto Lock Masters ALM, the family-owned automotive key specialist, proudly serving the greater Seattle area. Online at autolockmasters.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, Brock, but Cal Raleigh's got 50 home runs, 50 long balls for Cal. Tremendous, incredibly meaningful, an amazing accomplishment. It did not take him long to get there. Obviously, 48 and 49 the night before, and he wasted no time yesterday.
So JP ready, the windup, and the 3-2 on the way to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to left field. Head into the upper deck. Stay fair. Upper deck. Goodbye baseball. Number 50 for Cal Raleigh. He becomes one of only 33 members of the 50 home run club, and he reaches the upper deck like he did with home run number 48 yesterday. 49 he crushed off the out-of-town scoreboard, and the magical season just continues for Cal Raleigh.
They come in bunches, Salky. They come in bunches, and they could not come at a better time. After that rough kind of road trip to come home now, take 3 of 4. Let's hopefully win this series. They took the Vetter Cup. He was thrilled to get that guitar last night and show off that new Vetter Cup trophy. But we know this. We know that he can go on one of these, a little bit like, honestly, like Nelson Cruz from the right side. That, you know, that thing starts to look like a beach ball, and all of a sudden it just leaves the park over and over and over and over again. Yeah, just unprecedented. You just run out of words to say.
I would say that's true. We've been talking about it all year, and it does feel at some point, and now is really when it starts getting good, right? Like, I hope we didn't waste all of our accolades early in the season when he was on pace to, you know, pass so-and-so, and eventually it was Johnny Bench and Salvi Perez. But the guys you're talking about now, once you're in, you know, among 33 guys in the 50 club, and you're talking about Mickey Mantle, and you're talking about Ken Griffey Jr.
It's Top Gun song. It's
the best of the best. It absolutely is the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem real. I mean, 50 home runs, it's kind of crazy number to think of. It's, you know, it's kind of a big number just in general. You know, I remember thinking back, you know, I thought I was a you know, cool player when I hit 5, you know, and when I was young in high school or something, you know, you hit 5, you get all this power in the world. So it's crazy, and yeah, it's a cool number, that's for sure. Yeah.
He's pretty psyched up about it.
Whatever.
Whatever. He's like Lyle. It's 50 or whatever.
Or whatever.
Pretty cool. Nice job, Cal.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
There was also a game, Brock. It continued even after the Cal Raleigh home run. And the Mariners, man, they just have the Padres number. Incredible. They've won 4 straight now against San Diego this season. The bats came roaring back to life. Big night, obviously, for Cal. But he wasn't alone. In fact, really, it was a Jorge Polanco game more than anybody else.
1 on, 1 away. Here's Jorge Polanco. Swinging a drive deep down the left field line, and this one is gone. Goodbye baseball into Edgar's Cantina, into somebody's margarita. Jorge Polanco with a 1-iron. Straight away left field, a 2-run drive. And it's now the Padres 4, the Mariners 3. Home run number 20 on the year for Jorge Polanco. And now the Mariners have 5 guys with 20 or more home runs in this lineup.
Yeah, he added a 2-run double with the bases loaded later. I mean, he just had a really good night, and they scored 9 runs and find a way to win. So, yeah, I would say they kind of needed that, don't you?
Yeah, kind of nice to see this offense. Kind of nice to see them get after a starting pitcher a couple times now on this opening series. And who would have thunk it? Like, you got to get home to get your bats going, right? It was supposed to be this park that you don't like to hit in, but Jorge don't mind hitting here. Naylor had a great night as well. A couple big hits for him and RBIs, and yeah, nice to see them.
JP had a nice night.
He sure did. Nice to see them feast on that starting pitcher, get to that bullpen, see just about everybody in that bullpen, and hopefully that pays dividends.
Now, the Vetter Cup was won last night, Brock, and Eddie's supposed to be on hand, I think, tonight to present to the winner, which is very exciting. Lyle Mad does not like the Vetter Cup. Did you know this? We just found this out really this morning. Lyle does not care for the Vetter Cup. He thinks it's distracting from the goal of trying to win a World Series.
Really? Seems a little harsh.
Feels a little Mickey Mouse to me.
Oh, here you go again.
Isn't it ridiculous?
Last time you did Mickey Mouse, you were talking about the Pacific Coast League and the Rainiers. Be careful. Be careful. I can just hear somebody right now, and here's the thing for Thursday, just ripping you about Pearl Jam and the trophy and the Vetter Cup. Be real careful, Lyle.
I mean, to be fair, yesterday at the park, somebody was holding up the guitar, and I did ask Salk, is that Eddie Vetter?
It was their equipment manager for Pearl Jam. Definite highlight of the day yesterday. Astros off, Red Sox win, Royals lose, so Mariners have a 4-game lead in the wild card.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Oh, you two were kicking it together?
A little bit. TJ
How'd
too.
that go?
TJ was there. You know what I asked TJ, Brock, for you is I was asking TJ if he works out a lot like Lyle, because I know that's important to you. You've only asked Lyle like 10 times whether TJ is a workout guy. Cut down day in the NFL. Seahawks have to be at 53 by 1 o'clock this afternoon, and they'll probably wait until 1 o'clock even. Like, they always wait until the very last second to announce anything. And, you know, look, it's a hard thing. I think for Mike McDonald especially, a guy who's pretty empathetic, I think this is a tough day. And he was asked yesterday whether he speaks to each individual.
Yeah.
What's your message? What do you do?
Yeah, it's not like a doom and gloom. That's kind of the whole point of the whole thing. Is this isn't like this isn't, of course, where you want to be right now in your career, but this isn't the end. You know, this is another transaction we unfortunately have to make at this point in the season, and give them some feedback on what's going on. I mean, conversations vary based on the person, but all our coaches and our personnel, they do a great job of keeping it real with the guy, telling him the truth, telling him with love, and hopefully we'll see him again real soon.
The reality, Salk, too, out of the 25, 30 guys that get cut, they know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a, like, oh, I'm just getting screwed. This isn't fair. Maybe for some there's some delusional aspect of it. But for the majority of them, they know they're not as big, they're not as fast, they're not as athletic, they're not as good.
Mm-hmm.
And the reps have exposed that and shown that over the course of all the OTAs and walkthroughs and practices and scrimmages and games. And, you know, there's a lot of data. This isn't like, oh my gosh, I got to make all these cuts after a rookie minicamp or no. You've had months and months and months at it. And quite honestly, I think the 25 or 30 guys largely know. There's a few, and I'll hit on a couple in Blue 88. There are going to be some tough decisions. That, you know, can they get them through to the practice squad? Is somebody else going to pick them up? Are they going to land somewhere else, which is a reality, especially for those guys and that grouping on every team. But the majority of these young men, they know what's coming today. And And then it's about, can they get better? Or are they just at a place where, hey, man, I'm a 4A player. I was a really good college player, but this is a different cut of beef at this level.
No official word yet on Tyrese Knight or Chenna Nwosu for opening week, but both are returning to practice now. And Brock, the Trey Hendrickson dream has died. He signed a 1-year deal to remain in Cincinnati. I'll have to find a new love affair somewhere out there. The dream is over. That's right.
I was with you all the time.
That's everything you need to know.
That's all he was.
Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, Brock.
We got a family dilemma?
I do. Yeah. Have you heard the word the word indoctrination has been out a lot recently as it pertains to kids? I'm worried that somebody is trying to indoctrinate my kids into something that I don't like and don't approve of. And I'm not really sure how to handle it. And I have video evidence and audio evidence. Like, I think I might need your help on this. Do you think you can help me?
Yeah, I feel like last night I had a couple of my young tight ends hitting this tackling sled one-on-one. The good news is I'm fairly blind. Okay. So if I don't have my readers on, I can't see up in the stands specifically if it was their father filming it. Oh, no. Wondering if I was doing the same thing, indoctrinating violence into their kids. But I'll try to be. I'm
worried my kids are being indoctrinated. I'll tell you what's going on. But then also, I think we'll talk through cuts and what's going on later today for the Seahawks. Jeff Passan at 8:30. We got a lot more Mariner stuff to discuss. I picked up a few little notes at the ballpark. We'll do that at 8. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Wyman and Bob.
We got Gray Zabel, rookie guard.
Every afternoon at 2.
Our texters that text into the show will give you, some restaurant advice. Which way should they direct you?
Man, the simple thing is just you run the damn ball with like a steak and potato type restaurant.
I would certainly start with El Gaucho.
That's my favorite. Oh, yeah. I'm getting cultured by my left tackle, Charles Cross. So I just tried sushi for the first time like a week ago. That was all right.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, guys, now's the time. We do talk about it all throughout the year, but roofing season is here, right? And why? Well, it's the long, dry days. Roofing crews working sun up to sundown all day, cranking out projects all over, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. They're in Marysville, but they serve all of Western Washington, doing amazing work. Earned my recommendation, earned industry awards like GAF Master Elite President's Club. Only 1% of roofing companies ever get there. So get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds. Use Quick Quote. It's right there at riversideroofingllc.com, and it pops up as soon as you go onto their website. And then when you're done with the roofing job, even during the roofing job, you could expect a yard and driveway totally clean and clear of debris thanks to the catch-all system. So behind all the national accolades, just a family company from right here in Marysville. They've built themselves upon important local values like trust. That's the big one. That's why I always say Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Chris Coonahan is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about this, and I feel bad because the people involved I like, but I'm worried that here on Cutdown Day, Brock, and we'll get to it in a moment, my kids are being stolen from me in some way, and I don't know how to handle this as a parent. This is a new thing for me, so, Brock, you've been through some of this before. Yeah. Maybe you could help me. Okay. I'm trying to do my best. I'm trying to raise my kids the right way. I do, Heather and I work really hard at instilling the values that we believe in with our kids, and we work hard at this. Like it's a constant. It's like a full-time job.
Yeah, and the beauty
kids.
of you and Heather, honestly, I think the giftings that both of you have is you're both verbal processors. Mm-hmm. Wow. And because of that, you like to talk things through. It's a great quality to have, honestly.
Sometimes
I don't always have it. Drives them all like nuts when I figured things out in my head already and don't talk through it. But you guys are verbal processors, especially with your kids. I've got to witness it a few different times. I love it. You get them to talk about it, help them make their own decisions.
I haven't had a chance to talk about this with them because it happened while I was out yesterday, and by the time I got home, the kids had already left, so they had been invited.
Like out being like a sleep out?
No, I was out. I was at the ballpark yesterday doing work, and since you don't do anything, I was out there doing hard work. And while I was there, this whole thing got arranged, organized, and the next thing I know, my kids are in Monroe at the fair, and they were taken to see Winona.
Oh, Winona is a lower lip biter. Just bite that lower lip and just kind of jam the Winona. Saw Clint Black and Winona at the gorge in the 90s. Yes, I did. She flew in on her helicopter.
They're trying to turn my kids into country music fans.
That
I
big
have to say, when
redhead.
you asked me to roll this song in, I've heard this song and I didn't know who it was.
Well, I don't know who it is
it's
either.
At least like a little more poppy country.
Come on.
Oh.
No one else on earth could ever indoctrinate the soft girls like Winona Judd.
So I was trying to figure out the difference between Winona. She's not even Winona Judd anymore. She's just Winona.
Sure.
And Reba McEntire and Bonnie Raitt. And I realized that I don't really know the difference between any of those three
Talented
people.
family, the Judds. Older sister Ashley, star in the movies in the 80s
Ashley,
and
I know.
90s.
She was in Kiss the
Mom was
Girls.
a singer too.
Yes.
But I don't. Yeah, but it
So
takes me a minute
good.
to kind of figure all that out.
So good. Tell me they had the time of their life.
I
out in
haven't even
Monroe.
seen them. They didn't get back home until almost midnight last night. I don't know how much fun they had.
Hanging out with the Bumpuses out there at the Monroe Fairgrounds.
Cecily was wearing a cowboy hat. Like, I don't know what's happened in my family, but I feel like I want control back, and I feel like...
I mean, this texter has a good point. The 206 says your daughter's like Taylor Swift. I mean, she's
But they like her the pop stuff, not the old country thing. They don't like that. Until now, people are trying to, quite frankly, I'm very worried they're trying to indoctrinate my kids, and I don't like it. So I would, I'm going to probably put up
What are you
a
gonna
fight
do?
here. I don't
What
know
are you
yet.
gonna do?
Punish them, ground them. Certainly not let them hang out with Gina anymore.
That'll only make it worse. My dad didn't want me listening to hip hop, and that only made my love for it stronger.
Okay, so what? I don't know what to do.
All I know is that John Party and Thomas Rhett are coming to the Puyallup Fair, and don't you dare call it the Washington State Fairgrounds. They're coming to the Puyallup Fair, and I'm going to buy them tickets. I'm going to reach out to Heather offline. I got her number now. I bet they had the time of their life, and I'm going to get them tickets to the Thomas Rhett concert
I really
at the
hope
Puyallup
not.
Fair.
I
Oh,
really
yes, I
hope
am.
not. I'm going to be
And I'm going
so
to get you
upset.
tickets to Foreigner, Salk. You're going to go see Foreigner.
I would
at
see
the Puyallup
Foreigner.
Fair. Heck yeah, you
I would
would
absolutely see Foreigner.
Yes, you
Foreigner,
would.
I like. Foreigner's good classic rock. I don't have
Yeah.
any need to go see Winona.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, the
And
only
then,
Winona
Lyle,
I
I'll
care
get you
about is
tickets.
Winona Ryder.
Lyle, I'll get you tickets to Megan Trainor and Khalid. Is that how I say it? Khalid?
No.
Khalid? DJ. It's not DJ Khaled. It's. I would have known DJ Khaled. It's Megan Trainor and, or does he just go by Khaled now? DJ Khaled.
I'm not going to answer. We're going to let you figure that out, Brock. Anyway,
Or do you want to
this
go
was-
see the Steve Miller Band, Salky?
No, I'm not a huge Steve. I mean, he's fine, but I don't need to go see Steve Miller. So anyway, that was the horror yesterday.
so
I'm still upset about it. I don't know what to make of it. I haven't seen my kids since, and I'm worried when I get back I won't recognize them. They'll be talking with a twang. They'll have. I mean, like, who knows what's going to happen next? This is awful.
What if Avery dyes her hair red? Like
Then she'll
Winona?
look just like the other three women that I can't tell the difference between. What'd you say, Lyle?
I'm pretty sure it's Khalid, by the way, Brock.
Khalid. Khalid. You want me to get you tickets to the Khalid, Megan Trainor Khalid concert? You a big fan?
I never listened to either of them that much. Although Khalid
right.
was apparently supposed to go to ASU before he had this big music career.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks.
A lot of texts here, unsurprisingly. Never surrender, Salk. Thank you. The Evergreen Fair rocks. Kids enjoying music means they'll soon become Coug fans. Matt and Bellingham. I don't know. We'll see. Coug fan, I'm in.
Yeah.
Country music, I'm out. I mean, I guess they can do whatever they want. Just don't play it around me. Brock, don't ever sing on the radio again. You only should be concerned if the kids want to join 4-H. Okay.
Oh, that hurts.
Does it?
Yeah, that hurts kids in Buckley and Enumclaw where 4-H is still a big thing.
No, my kids aren't in Enumclaw or Buckley. They're in the city of Seattle. We're in Green Lake for a reason. It's to keep them away from the horrors of country
Salk,
music,
you
Brock.
got a little patch of grass. You could put some sheep out there, some goats.
Some
maybe a
goats?
cow.
What
Yeah.
are you talking about? I don't want goats on my property. I
They
don't
eat
want
the
my kids
weeds.
listening to country music, and
Actually,
I definitely don't want them wearing cowboy hats.
I think you'd like the goats on your property, taking care of some of. They'd eat the branches.
That part
of
I
the-
actually
of the
be okay
neighboring
with.
tree.
Yeah.
The
True
fainting
story.
goats are the best.
The fainting goats, the ones that panic and then they just fall off.
They're so cute.
Yeah. I'm sure Gertie and the goats would be quite the situation. in
I
my
took
house.
Bruin to a rover sitter once that had goats.
Yeah.
She tried to herd them, and the goats were like, "Yeah, no."
Yeah,
Thanks, though.
we're not sheep, thanks. We're
I can't
goats.
wait to hear the stories about this. How it
All right.
goes.
Well, I'll
Yeah.
tell you later.
Thank
Brock, what should we expect today? I'm sorry to diverge from this from the norm here, but this has been really weighing on me since I found out about it yesterday. Lyle can tell you I was talking about it over at the ballpark.
Sure.
I was talking to Divish about it. I was
Yeah.
hoping maybe he could help, but it seems like nobody will help me. It's really sad.
You know what to expect today? sometime between now and when is it? 1 o'clock officially Pacific time. I think you're going to see MVS cut. I just don't think there's going to be a viable trade partner. It's not a huge amount of money to take on for somebody else, but I think unfortunately others are going to view it and say, man, if he couldn't do it in Seattle where they gave him a few $1 million guaranteed, he couldn't do it for a staff that he played for in New Orleans that liked him, then there's probably not enough in the tank for us, and he'll be what he kind of was last year, maybe a midseason pickup when somebody else has a rash of injuries. But more than likely, you're going to see it just wasn't there. And I felt that way watching the game Saturday. That was kind of the final, trying to do MVS a solid to let him play that entire first half, right? To try to showcase something maybe to somebody else in the league, and there just wasn't enough impact there. So I think you're going to see he'd be the biggest name release. That's not earth-shattering. We have talked about it for a couple weeks with the emergence of Torrey Horton, watching him take a lot of the ones.
And that probably shows that Torrey Horton's healthy, right? That he's going to be healthy enough. Whatever happened to his ankle isn't a big deal, and they're expecting him to be, ready to go.
They are. Now, I think that also complicates it a little bit, Salk, because this has been some of the Torrey Horton experience over the years. And it wasn't just one injury. It's been a guy that's had a hard time staying completely healthy. I played with guys like this, and they're guys that, just need to feel right. I gotta feel really good to go out there and be who I am and be that explosive guy.
Well, I don't know whether that's what's happened here with him. I mean, he tore his knee and then he hurt his ankle. I mean, we all saw him hurt his
over
ankle.
The course of his career. This was not just, the last 9-10 months.
Yeah.
This has been some of why you fall to the 5th round, right? There's others that I'm sure would have loved to have taken that risk, but I think that there has been, I think it's fair to say, and I think if you were to look at scouting reports of 32 NFL teams who don't just evaluate Salk at the combine or the final year of their career, it is a 5-year story. They're out at practices, they're out watching, they're out evaluating, and this is going to be one of those things he's going to have to fight through. He's going to have to prove that he can be durable and available.
So with that as a background,
with that, you might keep 6 receivers.
Yeah. Do you think there is the problem is none of the other receivers are explosive like that. I none of them have that deep threat speed type of thing. So is there, in this new day and age, I can't believe I'm sitting here even saying this because this sounds sort of ridiculous. What will they do without Marquez Valdez-Scantling? But in the way you can now put veterans on the practice squad, do you see that as a possibility, or is he goes somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not with the money you kind of paid him, and I think he'll again have to probably be a mid-season deal. Maybe he's one of those guys. If there's a rash of injuries here, he's got a whole bunch of background, but yeah, I just don't see that happening. And the other thing, Salk, is if you were to, and I've heard this from a few different people, out of 32 NFL teams, how many teams have that just explosive, take the top off, got to be the big play guy, just elite?
Oh, a lot of them. Elite? I'm not talking about elite. We're talking about MVS, a guy who's about to get cut. Just somebody who can capably do it. Just somebody with the skill set. I think most teams have that.
I think you'd be surprised of how many teams don't have I got to take the top off. Right? The reason they signed him was because we need somebody that can really stretch the field. That was the belief. I think you'd be surprised if you looked at 32 rosters, how many other teams have what I think the Seahawks are going to end up having, which is just a group of some really good receiver, maybe a young guy, and Torrey Horton could be that guy, right? And taking kind of a risk on a young guy that runs 4.3 and on paper should be able to do that consistently. But I'm talking about consistently, game in, game out, wow, I've got to be careful here because he could run right over the top. And oh, by the way, not many defenses allow that anyway. We've talked about a lot.
But if you don't threaten them with that, then how are you able to pull the safeties deeper in order to get into those intermediate routes? I mean, I don't know. Torrey Horton does it. So it's not like I'm sitting here worrying the Seahawks, won't be able to do that. Yep. It's just, okay, with his injury history, are you and look, maybe MVS is just sitting on the sidelines. Maybe nobody else picks him up. Maybe there's another guy out there. Maybe Derek Young can try to be that guy. I don't know. They obviously have a plan for it if that's a direction they go, because if you know it, they know it. Yep. But I don't know, just sort of jumped out to me as one of those sheesh, I understand why they might make that move. I think you can also understand why there's still a little concern in it for me.
Yeah, I don't think there's a ton of like, oh my gosh, this is going to be earth-shattering. I think when you look at the projected rosters and you look at them of Greg and Bob and Brady and Brian and all of them and Dugar, like
all feels pretty similar.
Yeah, I think it's fairly similar. There's going to be 2 or 3 guys that they're going to have to kind of work through. I think there's a couple spots I'll hit on Blue 88 that they're still working through to hope to kind of add of these 1,100 some players that get released between now and 1 o'clock that they'd like to try to maybe upgrade a position or 2.
Some text messages coming in. 406, there's some hope for the Salk family yet. We'll see about that. Matt in Oregon says, Salk, this is going to be really tough for you, but you're going to have to pretend you like the country music they're listening to. It's the only way to ensure they don't fall victim to the scourge that is country music. Now, if that doesn't work, buy them each a can of Copenhagen and wish them luck. That's pretty funny. And then 208 says, Salk, quote, my kids can't listen to country music. It's beneath them. Yeah, finally. That's actually what I'm trying to say. Thank you. You're the only one who really understands what's happening here. Thank you, 208. Yes, it's beneath them. I've worked really hard to put my kids into a position where they don't need to fall victim to listening to country music. It is beneath them. I want them to go on and be successful and have good jobs and live a productive life. I don't want them listening to country music. Thank you, 208. You put this all in perspective. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
You think people are going to get mad about that?
I think that was one of your stupidest takes ever. I couldn't tell if you were trying to be New York radio guy.
Well, you never know.
Or
It's kind of in between.
I don't know.
Kind of in between, Brock. It's half serious, half joking. I guess it's somewhere right in between. I'm still amazed. You know, growing up in the Northeast in the 80s, when I moved out to California in the 90s, I found out there was such thing as a country music radio station. I could not believe it. Shocked to find out that such a thing existed. And now it turns out people in cities even listen to this garbage. Unbelievable.
I think country music stations do pretty well around the
I
country,
know.
so
I know.
Good.
There's one in Boston that does really well now. Like the world has changed. I'm getting old.
Yep.
All the kids like the country music.
You ever seen Morgan Wallen concert song?
No, because for
you see
many
them walk out. You see them,
reasons.
all the celebrities walk out with Morgan.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, when people, use racist slurs, the best thing to do is to rally behind them, Brock, and show that you're really close to them. That's it's a good thing to do. I like that. I like that. That's a good move. Question number 1. After all the Trey Hendrickson conversation, Brock, what did the market seem to understand?
I think the market seemed to understand a couple things here, Salk. And this wasn't just the Seattle Seahawks. This was the Raiders. And the case that, man, if you're Pete Carroll and you got to win now and you're in that division with Mahomes and Herbert and Nix, you better have more than one elite pass rusher. That seemed to be the most ideal fit. But even their GM and Tom Brady were like, a first rounder? We're not doing that. I'm not going to give up that kind of value for a 30-something. And what I heard continually, and not just from the Seahawks folks, is they felt like he was a really elite situational pass rusher. But a 4-down player, a set-the-edge difference maker, he was not. And if he was Myles Garrett, if he was TJ Watt, if he was still that, Salk, the market would have borne a first-round pick. They would have extended him, and the market would have extended him. But instead, he gets, $14 million additional dollars from Cincinnati this year, and then probably the assurance that he can be a free agent, and they won't franchise and do any of that stuff after this season. And then we'll get to see really what the market dictates next year. But to me, as that news came across the wire yesterday, I don't think it was just our Seattle Seahawks. I think there were a lot of other teams that love the skill set, but nowhere near what they were asking from a draft capital, nor willing to pay him for down kind of
Shocker
edge
that
money.
the Bengals managed to screw this up. Who would have guessed? Hey, we're overvaluing our player. Really? You don't say. Question number 2. Brock, which Seahawks player outperformed anyone on the outside's expectations and who underperformed?
So we never, ever, ever mention this name. of 90 guys on the roster, some, you don't mention, and obviously guys getting run with the third string don't always get mentioned because they don't typically stick around, and all of a sudden they kind of get run with the second string, make some noise, and then over the course of the preseason played pretty darn well to the point where, geez, we got to figure out what we're going to do because I don't know if we can get Jared Ivey to the practice squad. Do you know the name Jared Ivey?
I do.
Do you know that he's 6'6", 274 pounds with 33.5-inch arms? Do you know that he led Ole Miss in sacks just 2 years ago? That actually over the final 2 years, the numbers were pretty good. 12 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks. Some production there in the SEC with that size and length. He was projected to be a 4th or 5th round pick. And then he didn't run real well at his pro day. And he didn't really move as well. And then you put the tape on and you didn't see, wow, for some of that skill set, there should have been more consistency. Game in, game out, engine revving, game in, game out. Well, he came here and he put together a pretty darn good body of work. And I would say of a lot of guys on the roster, keep an eye on him because I think he outperformed, certainly as an undrafted free agent where he came into this thing. Underperformed, it's got to be MVS. Just day in and day out, and this is not a slight. This is not a work ethic thing. It's not any of that. They gave him some pretty good guaranteed money, really believing that he would carve out that role, own that role, be that much better than Torrey Horton and Derek Young and others. And Brady made this point: when you don't play special teams as a receiver, you better solidify it, and you better differentiate yourself. And over the course of the last 3 or 4 months, we didn't really see that happen with MVS.
All right, question number 3, and you sent this over last night, Brock. I've been trying to figure it out since, and I have 2 guesses. Who's one Seahawk we have not mentioned one time on our show that is drawing a lot of conversation internally and externally?
Yeah, that was Jared. Sorry.
Oh, that was Jared Ivey.
I jumped the gun there.
Darn it.
Sorry. Yeah, that is honestly like this edge position, and it comes into play here. Well, one guy we've hardly mentioned that is tied to a Jared Ivey, that's tied to some of these edge moves that we thought maybe the Seahawks make, maybe Jadeveon Clowney, is Uchenna Nwosu.
Is he healthy? Can he play?
And from what I understand, he is just itching to come back, and has done everything, and actually a little bit, I think, even ahead of schedule. If the thought was, well, maybe we can park him on the pup and maybe, 3-4 weeks. No. That happened a season ago, and Uchenna Nwosu does not want that to happen. I think he is frothing at the mouth to get back with this group. I think he's watched this continued growth with this group and seen Leonard and seen Byron and seen Boye and seen Derek and said, all right, I have to be a part of this. So I think for that reason, some of those other edge names we've talked about, some street free agents, possible trades, don't see that happening because I think there's going to be some good news on the Nwosu front here in the next few hours.
That'd be good. All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88 on Cutdown Day. Scott in Tennessee says Salk would rather they learn about LSD and weed while listening to obscure bands rather than Americana that is country music and the dedicated hard work ethic that comes with that genre. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yes, Scott, you've nailed it. Thank you. I'm so glad we understand each other. Yes, absolutely. I would have, yes. Thank you for helping me explain this better.
Tried to listen to a Kenny Chesney record? Have you ever listened?
You almost got me to curse on the air. No, of course not.
Chesney has got a lot of crossover for like 30 years.
People love talking about the Crow. You'll love this guy. He's got crossover. Terrible. It's all freaking garbage. It is so awful, especially the name brand country. Yes, there's a couple of I've talked before about Coulter Wall and a couple other people that are in a very small group of artists that I appreciate in that genre. But man, no, I've never listened to a Kenny Chesney album. I would honestly rather take this pen and gouge it into my eardrum than listen to an entire Kenny Chesney album. I can't think of too many things that would be worse
Maura,
than that.
are you hearing what I'm hearing? I think Here's the Thing's going to have maybe as much fodder Thursday as it's gotten in a long time.
I think that's a good call.
There's few things in the world I hate more than country music. And I love you know how much I love music.
Right. When did that and how did that come about?
Well, I told you as a kid, I didn't even know I didn't know real people actually listened to it.
So your dad didn't listen to the Johnny Cashes and the there was none of that background?
No.
Really? And I didn't. I don't really like country, and I didn't really grow up with it either. But
nobody did.
But that Winona song you played is so poppy. It's not. It's
awful.
not
The worst part of pop. Honestly,
I'd say
Brock.
so. Everybody did, other than in pockets like George Strait.
I was saying, when growing up, I
Cash
didn't know that anyone, I'd never heard of any of those people.
Merle Haggard.
Never heard of any of those people.
Hank Williams.
When I was a kid. It was not a part of the culture that I lived in at all. No one I knew listened to it even a little bit.
I know, but the way you say that, it's like no one.
I know other people did, but in the bubble I lived in, you asked me the question. I was actually answering seriously. In the bubble I lived in, where I lived, it was not a thing. It was not in any way. Like, I honestly did not grow up knowing one person, adult, kid, otherwise, who listened to any of that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There wasn't a country music radio station in Boston at the time. So, yeah. I mean, Brock, it was not a thing. I moved out to the West Coast and found out there were people that liked stuff like
I'm
that.
going to have to call Hasselback on this one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you think he was a Zavarian listening to country music?
I wonder if Zavarian had little George Strait.
I don't think so. Now, maybe from his dad, who was from elsewhere, right, and kind of moved around the country.
True.
But I mean, as far as people that grew up in the city around Boston, no, nobody listened to country music in the 80s. Absolutely not a thing. All right, I was over at the ballpark yesterday, Brock. Saw some things, heard some things, would like to relay a few things next on Brock and Salk.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Wow, it's so good to finally be back home.
Is it me, or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp!
The basement?
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering damp bread!
So we don't have to move?
Eliminate damp, musty smells by trapping excess moisture. Get rid of the damp with Damp Rid.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
So went over to the ballpark yesterday, Brock, and a couple of interesting conversations jumped out to me that I thought you would like. A few about Randy Arozarena. I was asking a lot of folks about Randy because, as you know, I'm pretty fascinated. Both Randy and Josh Naylor have me pretty intrigued by like what they're like, how they operate. I really enjoy watching both of them play. Mm-hmm. Naylor is walking around and doing all of batting practice in this custom-made, maybe you've seen the pictures of this.
I did.
The custom-made hockey jersey that he's got on that says nails on the back. It's awesome. It's so freaking funny seeing him walk around and do all the drills in it. He is quite the situation,
Give
man.
me body image outside of the baseball uniform. Give me a little body image.
I got nothing. I can't even compare him to anything. I don't know anybody else who looks like that. He's got a totally unique body type.
Have you also noticed he wears the beanie hats in 85-degree weather?
Yeah, all of it, man. Everything about him is unique.
So apparently he doesn't like hats, and that's why he wears the...
He doesn't like baseball hats?
Yeah, so that's why he wears the beanie hat.
So he gets... Maybe that's why he's so frustrated and grumpy
6
during
foot?
games.
How much taller is he than you?
I don't know. Not too much taller.
Not too much taller.
No.
Huh?
Maybe a little couple
5'10",
inches.
5'11". Yeah. Okay. All right.
But he's... he's definitely he's a unique looking baseball player. There's no doubt. But talking to people around the team, they're like, first of all, he really can move at first base, and they're really impressed with the footwork and everything he does at first. And the one thing I kept hearing over and over again about Naylor was high baseball IQ.
Yep.
And it was funny. 2 or 3 different people were like, really wasn't sure what to make of him from the other dugout. And I heard JP saying this the other day to Bob and Dave of like, yeah, I tried talking to him when he was on the other team. He was not friendly. I thought he hated me. Like a lot of people like, I see the bat flips. I see this. I don't really know what to expect. Don't really like this guy. And then he gets on the team and they're like, oh, love him. Awesome teammate. Great guy to have around. And more than anything, just high baseball IQ. Really understands the game, thinks through it, doesn't watch it a ton outside of when he's playing it, but really understands it in just a really smart way. So I thought that was cool to hear.
The best writers are often the best readers. The best talkers, like Colin Cowherd, are often actually the best listeners. And I think the best processors in sports, Salk, they don't have to be addicted to the game off of the field, but when they are there, they process all of the intel every second and every minute they're there.
Yeah.
And that sure sounds like him.
Yep. So that was one thing. Then Randy, I did ask around a little bit about Randy because, again, he fascinates me, and I love him hitting leadoff. I think that's been a success for them. I like the way he gets the game started. I love his frustration when he gets hit by a pitch. I love all of it. And I what I heard yesterday echoed what I'd heard a couple of weeks ago, which is he's been a model teammate this year. Really hardworking, really ingratiating himself, quiet. I mean, he is a quiet guy. He's not the life of the party during, for the most part, other than when he's out on the field. He's a pretty quiet dude, but just very, very well-liked in that clubhouse, has, come to contribute and be a part of things. And I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool, but also kind of on his own page. There is a Manny Ramirez element to it. It's not full-blown Manny. But I did talk to somebody yesterday who is not on the baseball operation, nowhere connected to the baseball world over there, but is but works for the Mariners and has a parking space in the lot. And the players use the same lot as everybody else, but they have like their own section. So my person I was talking to is like 2 or 3 rows over from where the players park. But he came to work the other day and found Randy's orange Lamborghini in his spot.
Oh.
He's just like, well, it's Randy. It's like, what are you going to do? Like, everyone just kind of laughs. I think it might have been a McLaren. It was something like that. And it's bright orange. I saw the picture. It's very funny. And just, I don't know. I think he's just one of those guys where everyone's just like, yeah, if it was somebody else, I'd be mad, but that's Randy. Like, whatever. That's fine. Yeah. So I thought you would appreciate him parking his orange Lambo my person's space.
Just in his own space.
A little bit.
Kind of in his own world. But the discipline, and this year by all accounts, and we see it, and that probably shows up, wouldn't you say, for the fans and for people watching, that shows up most with defense.
Yeah.
With just having the integrity and the discipline and the accountability to his teammates to not, we haven't seen that ball just fall in front. We haven't seen that ball get to the corner. We haven't seen just a bad. He's been pretty sharp out there in left field.
Yeah, good breaks and spending more time on it. Again, all these reasons why, by all accounts, he's been a very good teammate and a big part of what they've done. I would submit to you that generally when they've been at their best, it's been when he's been at his best. I don't know. I'm just a really big fan of his. I really enjoy watching him. And then sort of as part of this conversation I was having with a few folks, I was asked yesterday, all right, big moment, big game, season on the line. You need a hit. Who do you want to bat? Harder question than you might think, right? Big moment. You just need a hit, not a home run. You just need a hit, right? Man on second and 2 outs or something like that. And you need a hit to win the game. Who do you want? Who do you want to play at the plate? And
I want Cal Raleigh.
Do you?
Yeah, because he's, almost platoon neutral this year. What he's done from the right side.
I did ask righty-lefty. Like, okay, is it a righty or a lefty up? And to me, that matters. You're right. If it's platoon neutral, you're right. It's probably Cal with Polanco number 2 because of, again, the switch hitting ability. And Polanco's at-bats have been really good. I know he's been up and down at times, but man, when he starts putting on those at bats, he does not get beat very often. I thought last night was a good example. Yep. My answer was against a righty. I probably actually want Naylor. The at bat quality is just so good, even 100%. Over Cal. 100%. As great as Cal's been, especially from the left side, 30 home runs. But if it's a righty and I need a hit,
Naylor.
I think I want Josh Naylor. Right, just the quality of the at bat.
100%.
Who do you want if it's a lefty? Maybe it's Cal. The right-handed swing has been so good, but again,
the 1,000
OPS
is pretty good.
It's pretty hard to overlook.
He's been pretty big in big moments, time and time again.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'd probably lean there.
I mean, there's a case to be made for Randy. There's a case to be made for Polanco from either side. JP from either side as well. Matt and Beaverton saying best plate discipline. Absolutely. And JP, even against lefties, part of me actually would put JP up there against the lefty in a big spot because he does seem to just focus in those moments and find a way to just go the other way or do something to just dump a hit into left field. So I think the real answer for me, as I thought about it, is honestly dependent on who's hot and who's not. This team has been streaky, and there have been moments where I think I would answer almost every person on that team in this lineup who I would want. But yeah, it's probably Cal and Naylor when it's all said and done.
Yep. Some breaking news here.
Oh, yeah?
Hasselbeck texted me
Oh, yeah,
back.
what'd he say?
I said, raging debate right now with Salk on the air. He says no one in his entire life experience in Boston in the 80s had ever heard of country music.
Well, I'd heard of it. I didn't know that anyone actually listened to it.
Johnny Cash, Alabama, George Strait,
What does
never,
he say?
ever a thing. He said, I probably only knew of Willie Nelson.
See? I'm telling you.
So Salk is correct. Like a broken clock, he's right twice a day.
Well, I'm right on this one, man. I know how I grew up. Like, you're going to ask me, like, hey, do you remember your childhood? The answer is yes, I do. My God, I can't believe you even challenged me on this. The memory for back then is pretty good. It's just what happened last year that I can't remember. All right, let's see. Coming up, Brock, Jeff Passan will join us at 8:30. He lives in Kansas City, so he's probably all about the country. And then, we've got our number. What are we on today? Number 9? Number nine. Most intriguing Seahawk. That'll be at 9 o'clock. We'll come back here with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and SeattleSports.com.
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
What's your optimism when it comes to guys with the ball in their hand, the pitchers on the mound?
You're on it in terms of what is the biggest concern. You now have an offense that can come back, and so it feels a little bit more frustrating to maybe use your lower leverage guys in games where you feel like you're back in it, but at the same time, you understand that you can't just throw Brash and Munoz every day, and even if you do, it's not always going to work out that easily.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's knows tough jobs call for tougher tools.
The new DeWalt Elite Series power tool accessories are built to last for the pro who doesn't stop. With precision fitment, durability, and impact resistance, finishing jobs faster has never been easier. Shop the new DeWalt Elite Series at an everyday low price, exclusively at Lowe's. We help, you save.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer less than a year ago. What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
Well, you go in, you do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital, and it's they say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It was just too easy.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This September, score Mariners value tickets for as little as $11, including all 3 games of the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th, and the Rockies series during the final homestand, September 23rd to 25th. Plus, check out the Mariners value menu and beer lineup, available every game. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos for less than $5, and a great selection of brews, starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your tickets today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, what a night for Cal Raleigh. One night after getting to 48 and then to 49 in the next at bat, he was ready to go early. Brock didn't need to wait around. He saw first at bat, got a look at the lefty Sears and said, yeah, I'm all set here, thanks.
Ball driven, way back there, left field, take cover, number 50, midway up the second deck. History marches on. For the first time ever, a catcher has hit 50 home runs in a season. It has never been done until right now, until Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, pretty incredible. And just the way it juices up the ballpark, the way the fans are into it, the teammates are all into it. There's some great shots of his buddies on the bench going crazy. Was it Logan and Brian Wu, right? Yeah. Just going crazy for him. And I mean, it makes sense. What he's doing is incredible, but it still doesn't feel like the most important thing to him. I think Dan Wilson nails it.
I think the source of what Cal wants to do is win, and so that's where it really is derived from, and that's what's fueling him, that's what's driving him, and so I think it does help, but I think that's just what's in Cal, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to win. He wants to contribute what he can, and every ball game he's in. And, you know, he's done that and then some.
Well, and one of the things he can do to contribute to them winning is hitting home runs. And he's now hit 50 of them.
Yeah, and remember that conversation earlier in the year about when he's DHing versus when he's catching?
Yeah.
And, you know, he's hit a lot of home runs doing both.
Yep.
And it was nice to see him, you know, get another game off of his feet. And even though he got hit on the foot and everything else.
That's sort of been the advantage of seeing all these lefties, right? Is at least it gets Garver into the game for a little while. And you know what? Garver's been pretty productive, Brock. We'll get into this in a moment, but like, you got to at least, I mean, a bunch of walks, reached on an error yesterday, scored some runs. His on base percentage is a full 100 points higher than his batting average. Like, There's been some productivity there from Garber this year.
208 to 308. Is that what we're trying to argue?
I looked at the numbers earlier. I'm not arguing that he's been great. I'm arguing that it's been better and that he's produced a little bit.
I'll tell you what's been great is owning these Padres. And in fact, that Vetter Cup last night, we didn't even need to get to game 2 and 3 of this series. 4-0 this year, won our last 5.
All right, well, let me get there. That's actually the second thing you need to know. Let's not jump the gun.
Fine.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Mariners did win the game, and in the process, the Vetter Cup, as they've now taken all 4 games from the Padres this year. They've got 2 more to go, including tonight, but everybody was in on it yesterday. Big night for Jorge Polanco, Josh Naylor, JP had a nice night. It was just a really good night for the Bats in general as they scored 9 runs. 5 of them came at once.
Yeah, I guess five runs with 2 outs there in the 5th, and yeah, I mean that's huge, and again shows how those guys play, how they fight, and they get to runners on, and even with 2 outs, they're looking to score, and some really good at bats there in that inning, and that's how you fight, you play, and you win consistently this time of year is by putting together those kinds of innings.
Awesome. Bases loaded double there by Polanco on a 3-2 count, worked that count, and then JP plays a little more add-on, and this has been the difference. We just did not get this on the road trip. Everything on the road trip was a constant slog uphill, constantly playing from behind, constantly not doing damage early in the game, and giving them a chance to put up some of these crooked numbers. Now they needed it. I don't know about you, but I got a little nervous there in the 8th and 9th, and that foul ball missed by just a couple feet.
You got a Larry Salk rule, that sucker.
Well, that was 9-8. We were a couple feet from 9-8 in the 8th.
A lot of people talking to me yesterday about how they've enjoyed the Larry Salk rule this year when it comes to Mariner baseball. So,
you know what I've enjoyed, Salk? 13-3 since 22 over Daniel Jeremiah's Padres.
That's pretty
nice.
nice.
I basically texted him and said, "Well, where are you, Daddy?"
I saw him tweeting about it last night. He's like, "Oh, the Mariners just have their number, whatever." Okay. Saw what I saw. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, Astros didn't play, so 1.5 back now in the West. Red Sox win. Yankees were off. Royals lose, though, so 4 games up in the wild card.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Cut-down day in the NFL. I've seen some reports of folks around the league getting cut. It's mostly not a ton of names and sometimes I wonder whether all of these need their own tweet, their own article about them being cut. But by 1 o'clock, we will know what the Seahawks 53-man roster looks like, at least for them, because it always seems to change between now and game day anyway, right? So this is just the initial way the 53 looks.
A little bit, but this is also a time where into next week with the veterans, like if you got a veteran vested player and he's on your roster, and this is where Hankins, maybe Shaq Griffin, some of those guys come into play of, okay, are they on an injured list? Can you sneak them through the practice squad? Because if those vested guys are on the roster week 1, you're paying them all year long. All year long. That money is guaranteed for the rest of the season, versus if they are not and they're on the practice squad, then you can have a little bit of fluidity within your roster, which I think is something worth keeping an eye on as well.
No real word yet on Tyrese Knight or Chenna Nwosu for opening week. We'll keep our eyes on that. Actually, Mike McDonald.
Good news, they both practiced
he
last
did
week,
comment on
yesterday.
Tyrese. Here was McDonald.
Tyrese, let's see him practice a full practice first before we start kind of making projections towards the game. But he's projected to practice next week in full, and we'll see how that goes.
Pretty good conditioning effort from what I understand yesterday, that maybe if there was anything to kind of take away from this travel and to Green Bay and over the couple weeks preseason. So nice to see Uchenna and Tyrese both dressed for that, and that will be kind of a big component of it, is just getting their legs underneath them after missing so much time. And oh, by the way, it turns out, guess what, Salk? It wasn't a sabotage effort for Shedeur in Cleveland. He wasn't being sabotaged. No.
Nobody
They
thought
trade
that.
Kenny.
I don't think anybody really thought that.
Excuse me?
I don't think anybody actually thought he was being sabotaged.
Oh, then I'll have to play you some great sound from RG3 and others for trash takes tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
That's
no.
dumb.
If
He
you
wasn't
don't
being
think anybody thought that, I'll play you some good sound, and maybe I'll get to win trash takes for the first
I'm
time.
sort
in
of
a month and a
exhausted
half.
by the Shedeur thing. It just feels like this. It's now just become a culture war. It's stupidity.
Yes.
Like we're not even talking about football. This is just dumb culture war.
It's honestly
stuff.
a great thing for him. So
Kinda
Pickett
out.
gets traded to the Raiders because O'Connell breaks his forearm, and
Mm-hmm.
literally it's Joe Flacco Dylan Gabriel, and now he's the third.
Yeah, I think it's good news for him, right?
Great, unbelievable news. That as far as actually playing this year and showing that you can play, he's going to get that opportunity over the course of the season.
I'm not sure his brother's going to get any more opportunities.
No,
that seems to be pretty well done.
Shiloh's probably.
I don't see Shiloh getting too many more opportunities in the NFL. Hey, here's your shot. Oh, you're fighting and you're kicked out. That'll pretty much do it. Thanks, Shiloh.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We might need a Shiloh Sanders reality show at some point. Just follow that guy around. Seems like
he's going to be carrying the
Sith
scrapes for Shador, I think.
Oh, is that going to be his job?
Or he'll be videoing it.
He's the official Sith carrier?
I think so.
Isn't it a scythe?
Whatever. I don't care.
I mean, since, all that work you do in the farm, Brock, you know about the scythe, right?
Is that how you spell it?
You're kind of a farm guy, aren't you? Like all the country music people that have been texting in. Man, I'll tell you what's divisive.
Yes.
Country music.
Yeah, you want to start a culture war, Salk? Talk about country music.
Country music is divisive. You look at the text machine. I don't think we've ever found anything that people disagree on more than country music. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay. Speaking of disagreements, Jeff Passan's going to be here in just a sec. We usually find a thing or two to disagree with, but I got to ask him about some numerology today, Brock. We got numbers to talk with Mr. Passan next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
We've got Gray Zabel, rookie guard.
Every afternoon at 2.
Our texters that text into the show will give you, some restaurant advice. Which way should they direct you?
Man, the simple thing is just you run the damn ball with like a steak and potato type restaurant.
I would certainly start with El Gaucho.
That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting cultured by my left tackle, Charles Cross. So I just tried sushi for the first time like a week ago. That was all right.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, look, this is the time of year, and I was over at the ballpark yesterday, and so we're around baseball players, football players, the teams, the coaches, the players, all of them. They're on a mission, right? They know what they want. It's right in front of them. They're in go mode. You understand what that's about, right? It's one of the reasons we watch sports, to see what someone's capable of when they truly lock in. Well, how about you? What are you capable of? Maybe not winning a championship, but how about losing the right amount of weight to get yourself feeling the way you want to feel again? It's what Eastside Weight Loss Clinic wants to find out. They've helped over 4,000 people here locally become better versions of themselves. And I know because I'm one of them. And chances are you know somebody as well. The plan works. It's not that hard. It's very safe. There's no injections, no surgery. It's all real food, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store. It's nothing fake or prepackaged. And there's a lot of accountability and coaching as well, which I really needed. All it takes is a 15-minute phone consultation to get started. Schedule yours right now by going to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs size, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Homeowners, federal tax credits on heat pumps end soon. Home Comfort Alliance can help you save up to 75% on new in-stock heat pumps with combined discounts, utility rebates, and expiring federal tax credits on systems installed by December 31st. These are new in-stock high-efficiency models that will make your home comfortable year-round. Federal tax credits expire December 31st, so don't wait. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, it's Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Icy cool and oh so sweet. It's $305,000 in cash. Turn over a new leaf by winning your share of these big summer bucks. Every Saturday in July and August, golden opportunities abound with hourly drawings from 8 p.m. until midnight, when one grand prize winner will score 10 grand with 50 grand on the last Saturday of each month. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I swear to God, Brock, we're still getting like nonstop stream of text messages on all sides of the country music debate. So funny.
Well, you did say some pretty disparaging thing about us country music lovers.
I mean,
did? To be fair. Yeah, you kind of did.
I've spent all this time trying to raise my kids the right way.
Sure.
And in one night, I feel like all I've taught them has gone out the window. All the values. I don't know. It's just
I
not
have a
right.
sense here in this conversation with Mr. Passan, he's going to be on more Team Brock.
I would
he's
guess.
a WWE guy after all. He lives in the Midwest. He's got Midwest sensibilities now. He's a Kansas City barbecue guy. I'm going to guess, is Jeff Passan with us?
Yeah, he's here.
Jeffrey, country music. Go.
Big thumbs down.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Do your kids like country music, Mike? And
Well,
you're lamenting that you've raised them wrong?
I've tried to raise them right, and then last night, one of our friends stole the kids, kidnapped them really, and brought them to see Winona at the fair. And the next thing I know, I feel like I've lost control of parenting here.
Yeah, I agree. And my younger one has like good music taste. Like I'll just see. I was in his room last night and he was finishing up a project, and I was just gonna like proofread it, and he's like, I don't know if this was him saying to me, I don't like when you proofread things that I've written. But he said, okay, I'm going to go listen to some Rage right now. And I'm like, all right, that's a little much, kid.
I can get behind that.
Oh, I'm
into
firmly
that.
behind it.
Yeah.
Like and especially the thing is, like, if you were raising your children anywhere else, maybe that's a little bit different. But Seattle, bro, like the home of like the greatest music of the 1990s,
right?
And you're telling me your kid's jamming out to Winona
We'll
at
see.
the fair?
I know.
Come on,
Jeff, I've lost control. It's very sad. Thankfully, while they were at the fair, I was watching Cal Raleigh hit number 50 last night. Number 50 still have meaning?
Yeah, I think it does, just because we love round numbers. Is 50 any different than 49? Any different than 51? No, not really. But because it's that threshold that I think throughout history in baseball has been seen as like the number that connotes a great home run hitting season, 40 is incredible. But 50, it just seems to be like another level. Generally speaking, you don't get to 50 home runs unless you are really, really, really good. There are exceptions here and there. You know, Greg Vaughn had a 50 home run season, and he was a decent player. But if you're getting to 50, what that tells me is you're there every day. You're posting. You're healthy. You're producing. And that has been the epitome of Cal Raleigh's season. And I think it's really the foundation of his MVP candidacy. It's not just the home runs. It's the fact that he is there every single day and wanting to play. And finding a catcher who's willing to do that or able to do that, it's an extremely difficult thing to do.
If we believe Wikipedia, what did we learn? How many players in the history of baseball, Jeff, have hit 50 home runs? How many individual players? Now, a bunch of them have done it, like Griffey did it a couple times, and the prodigious guys did it a bunch of times. But how many individuals have hit 50 home runs in the history of the game? 33.
I was going to say, I was going to guess somewhere plus or minus 5, and I was going to guess 25. So
yeah, 33. He became the 33rd yesterday.
It's a small list of guys. And do you have the list, Brock, in front of you right now?
I do not. Salk's going to pull it up. And as he does, I got a new angle. Thanks to one of my buddies, a baseball guy, texted me this to ask you. And I thought this was a great angle to the whole Raleigh thing as Salk pulls that up. What do we think Scott Boras is thinking right now watching Cal Raleigh's season?
Probably that the contract that he wound up doing was way, way less than what he would have done had he not signed it.
Yes.
And yet, guys, I want to caution you a little bit. I don't think Cal Raleigh was going to go out and be like a $350 or $400 million player. I don't think anyone would give a catcher who's going to be in his 30s that kind of money. I mean, if we look throughout history, there hasn't been even a $200 million catcher at this point. So, yeah, he left money on the table, but there's an argument to be made, too, that perhaps, and I think in the story that I wrote back around the All-Star game, it alluded to this, if not saying so with specificity, but I think there's something to the idea that when guys are comfortable, when they feel like they're financially taken care of, they're free to perform. You're not doing anything with money in mind anymore. And even if you don't go out there when you don't have a contract, even if you don't go out there thinking, I need to succeed so I can get paid, or if I fail, it's going to be problematic, even if you don't actively think that, it's always in the back of your mind. It has to be. We're human beings. That's how we're wired to think. And for Cal Raleigh to be free of that and to go out and have the most dumperific season that we've ever seen, it's been fun to watch.
I think one of the reasons 50 stands out to people around our age is that between 1965 and 1990, only one person did it, and that was George Foster in 77. Because Mays did it in 65, and before that without going through every name, that was the Mickey Mantles and Marises, Mays, Ralph Kiner, Johnny Mott, like all those guys, Jimmy Fox throughout the 30s, 40s, and 50s and into the early 60s. And then you get nothing other than George Foster in 77. And then in 90, Cecil Fielder hits 51, Albert Bell in 95, and then the weird Brady Anderson season. But then you get Mark McGuire and Junior and Sosa and all those guys starting into the late 90s and early 2000s, and some of the weird one-offs like Greg Vaughn and Luis Gonzalez, who had one. I don't know, it was a little iffy. Andrew Jones had one. Ryan Howard. Hitting 50 matters. Yeah, I think it is a pretty big deal. So what about these next couple of numbers that are coming up? Which ones jump out to you? 54 would tie Mickey Mantle for most home runs by a switch hitter. 56 would tie Junior for most by a Mariner. And then obviously 61 and 62 out there with Maris and Judge. Which of those numbers mean something?
I feel like all of them mean something. The switch hitter to me is at the bottom of the list, though. Anytime you can pass Mickey Mantle on an all-time list, it kind of cool. I think the Junior one's a bigger deal than I would have envisioned myself giving it credit for, and it's more the Junior part than the Mariners part, but there's a combination there. The Mariners have, for a franchise that has not won a World Series, not been to a World Series, the Mariners have a number of iconic players. Randy Johnson and Edgar Martinez and Ichiro Suzuki. In my mind, though, when I think of the Seattle Mariners, and this is as a kid of the 90s growing up, Ken Griffey Jr. is the only name that I think of. And so to know that Cal Raleigh has passed the icon of my childhood, the one guy who, when I started covering baseball, I was still incredibly nervous to interview. I think that one's a big deal. And I think it's a bigger deal because I'm just not sure he's going to get to 61 or 62. I mean, I hope it happens. He's on one of those Cal heaters right now where it's every at bat you think, okay, this could be another one. And a lot of them coming right-handed it's an especially good thing to see, I think, from a baseball perspective, because we all look at his right-handed swing and haven't been used to this power surge, and maybe I just need to get used to it.
It's only 11 or 12 home runs in 30 games. I mean, it's not nothing. That's not easy to do, but it's not insane to think that he could get to 61 or 62. And I don't know.
No, multiple. Mike, I think I checked earlier this week, multiple times this year, because we have a story running later this week. I think I'm going to have to amend what I wrote. The question was, how many home runs is Cal Raleigh going to wind up with? And I think I said 58 or something like that. And I looked back, and I think over a 31-game stretch, because I think he's going to have something like 31 games when this story runs. Over a 31-game stretch, he has hit 14 home runs multiple times this season. There have been multiple, I don't know if not contiguous is the right word, but completely independent streaks where he's had 14 home runs over 31 games.
So if he gets to 61 or 62, do you still hold, or 63 to pass both of those two guys, do you still hold some level of meaning to passing Maris and or passing Judge, because the guys who are above that are, kind of viewed in a different category? Do those numbers still have meaning to you for those reasons?
I don't think that I would look at Cal Raleigh as the all-time record holder, right? I'm sorry, Barry Bonds hit 73 balls over 73 fences. And you can't take that away from him. You can acknowledge that it happened when he was using performance-enhancing drugs, and you can say that Cal Raleigh has, in that scenario, the most home runs of any clean player. But does he have the most home runs? No, he doesn't. And, sometimes there are inconvenient truths. And the inconvenient truth in baseball is that its all-time home run record is held by a guy who was juiced. And it sucks that we have to add that and acknowledge that. But it's the reality, and I'm sorry, I don't whitewash history. I would look at it like, oh my God, the American League has been around for, a century and a half right now, and Cal Raleigh's hit more home runs in a season than anybody in the time that it has existed. That right there, it's a pretty cool thing and a pretty impressive feat if he can get there.
Is it clearly a two-man race with 30 games to go? Is there anybody else that can even get into the conversation of MVP in the American League?
No. It's the two of them. That's it. And I mean, they're going in different directions at this point. Like, ever since Judge has come back, he just has, he's been fine. Like, he's been an above average major leaguer, but he has not been an MVP type. And beyond that, he's playing DH now. And so if we're looking for, when I voted, if there were two guys who were extremely close to each other, I would try and find tiebreakers. And to me, Aaron Judge having to play designated hitter and not being there in the field is one of those things that I might have looked at in that scenario if the numbers, stay around where they are right now as a tiebreaker.
We had
Judge still just has such an enormous OPS advantage that I think it's going to be, I think it could be pretty close. I do think Cal Raleigh's the favorite right now. I do think if the vote were taken today, he would win, but we're also coming off of him hitting his 50th home run.
We had Shannon Dreyer on earlier this week, and she had an awesome story, an anecdote about Cal Raleigh out on the field with Logan Gilbert for like 30 minutes the day after Logan had the brutal start out on the road trip. And just the coach, just the mentor, just the leader that Cal is, all the things that he's got to do. She tapes a show every week with him. The Cal Raleigh show runs every week. And, she says trying to find 30 minutes in his schedule in a week is incredibly challenging with all the things he has to do. Do these baseball writers have that kind of context, an understanding of the load that he is carrying versus a guy DHing right now 4 times a game?
Probably not, but I also think you're underselling Aaron Judge's role in that clubhouse as the leader and the mentor and the person who kind of runs things. And the problem, Brock, with it is that it's unquantifiable. Like we can't say if Logan Gilbert goes out in his next start and shoves that it's directly attributable to Cal Raleigh. But the one word you've forgotten there as you were talking about all these things that he is. And I think in that situation, the best word to describe what he was there is friend. And I love the fact that Cal Raleigh is adored in that clubhouse the way he is. There are plenty of turds in baseball, guys who, if they were having the kind of year that Cal Raleigh was having, it would be appreciated, but it might not be celebrated. I think that inside the Mariners clubhouse right now, they are celebrating not just being able to witness the majesty of what Cal Raleigh is doing, but being able to appreciate it for the human that he gets to experience this type of season, which is so rare through the annals of this sport that's been around for as long as it has.
How are the Royals? And I only ask because they are the closest team in the AL wildcard hunt right now. It's 4 games as of this morning. But are the Royals a threat? Could they make the playoffs?
Could they make the playoffs? Yes. Are they a real threat? I'm on the fence with them. I will say this. I appreciate the fact that J.J. Piccolo, the Royals general manager at the trade deadline, when they were under 500, by the way, didn't say we're under 500, we're going to punt this season, we're going to sell rentals, we're going to play for next year. Like, there's a pride in that organization that I really appreciate. And they've been playing very good baseball recently, but they're without Cole Reagans, who is their ace. They are without Chris Bubich, who was their all-star left-hander this year. So down to shoulder injuries, 2 vital starting pitchers has left them thin. And yet Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha, they have a rookie named Noah Cameron, who's been awesome this year. And they have, one of the, I would say, probably the 3rd best player in baseball behind Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge and Bobby Witt Jr. And he's been playing like an MVP type. If you go and look at the wins above replacement leaderboard, guys, Bobby Witt has gotten much closer to Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge than I imagined that he would. But Witt is good. Vinny Pasquantino's been incredibly hot. Michael Garcia has been consistent all season long. Salvador Perez, a guy who is to the Kansas City Royals in terms of leadership and belovedness, what Cal Raleigh is to the Seattle Mariners. And their bullpen has pitched well. So, if we're going percentages here, like 10 to 20% chance that they make the playoffs. I don't want to discount it because I saw what the Detroit Tigers did last year. They were, I think, 7 or 8 games under when they traded Jack Flaherty at the All-Star break and wound up making a pretty significant playoff run there, and now they followed that up with a runaway in the American League Central.
We're not 30, 60, 90 games into the season, Jeff. We're like 130 games into the season. Why is there so much parity in Major League Baseball in 2025?
You know, it's funny.
Things that make you go, That's one of my
Yeah,
favorite
I
songs.
just it's a question, Brock. I'm saying because I feel kind of dumb for not asking myself that specific question and like trying to figure out the answer to it. I don't know. I don't know why the parity is there to the level that it is. But also, I think there has been some separation among the playoff teams and the non-playoff teams. And, the races, they're not that great at this point. Kansas City is not a particularly good team. They're fine. Cincinnati's fine too, and they're chasing the Mets right now. I don't have a good answer to that. I'm sorry. I think that's just that's just baseball
Yeah. I look at the college football world, Jeff, and obviously that world I lived in really intimately for 2 decades and could see, the SEC wins all these titles, the SEC. Well, they were spending and cheating, and it was not a level playing field, obviously. Now you see 2/3 of baseball with budgets that are somewhat constrained and somewhat similar. Do you think that just the financial, just kind of realm that you live in is kind of leveled some of the playing field?
I mean, let's put it this way. I think there are 8 teams over the competitive balance tax threshold right now. I'm just going to go top of my head here by division. I think Toronto's over, Boston's over, the Yankees are over. I think the Astros are close. The Phillies are over, the Mets are over. I think the Cubs are over, the
Right.
Dodgers. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Braves?
Like, do you see
the Braves over?
No, Braves are not over. I don't think the Braves have ever gone over CBT.
So literally
Padres,
every playoff team, every team you just mentioned are the 8 playoff teams.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point.
Wow.
It's funny, though,
Yeah,
because
I know.
a bunch of those teams aren't that good. They're okay. I'm not saying they're bad, right? I mean, but like a bunch of the teams you mentioned, the Phillies are really good, and a few of them are really good, but like the Yankees are heading in the wrong direction, and they're about to, stage a riot in New York about them. The Red Sox weren't good, and now they're kind of good. Like a bunch of those teams have been. The Astros are not that good. Like
the Red Sox are pretty good, dude.
They're good now. Yeah, isn't it crazy? How about that story? They end up trading away their best hitter, and they're much better.
I mean, and Craig Breslow, give the man credit, said it that day. And it's one of those things as a reporter, when you hear an executive on the day that he traded the guy who was supposed to be the franchise player and didn't get a whole lot back in return. It was essentially a contract dump. For him to come out and say, it wouldn't surprise me if by the end of the season we're in a better position than we would have been in had we not made this deal, and be right about it.
It's amazing.
Like it, and a lot of what's happened with the Red Sox has been Roman Anthony. I don't know how much you guys have seen him. He's really good. He's batting third in Boston as a just turned 21-year-old rookie, and getting on base 40% of the time and OPSing 30% better than league average. It's pretty good. And has a like feel for the moment too. Like he's going to be the next Mookie Betts there.
Hey,
and now they have him locked up too.
Just to bring it back to Seattle, one of the interesting things we're watching here and watching for is Emerson Hancock, who's been throwing reliever innings, bullpen innings at AAA, and in his first start touched almost 98, or in his first appearance, and then in his next appearance was at 99. Is Emerson Hancock a leverage arm in September?
I think we're going to find out in September, and I think they should, judiciously put him in those situations. And he has proven himself capable of eating innings and filling in very nicely in those moments that the Mariners needed it this year. But if there's more in the tank out of the bullpen, then yeah, I think you give him some trials by fire and see how he responds to it, because bullpen's a different place, guys. Like some people are just not built to succeed there, mentally or physically, but there are some guys who it's like, okay, you can just let it rip for one inning, and they embrace that and they find success there. And I'm not sure Emerson Hancock's going to be a reliever long term, but if you can put him in that position and you can find success, great. But we also have to acknowledge that it gets a little weird and a little hairy. You know, he's never as a starter come into an inning with runners on second and third and had to put out that fire. It is a completely different thing mentally for pitchers to have to get used to. And if you're going to be a leverage reliever, you're going to get tossed in those inherited runner situations.
I'm going to guess most bullpen guys have an affinity and an understanding for country music. That's just been my
I mean,
life
they're simple.
experience.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, just kind of keep
Okay, I'm not gonna back you up on that. There's good storytelling in country music.
All right, we don't need to keep going down this road. We're just about
you just
done
don't want to be wrong.
I'm never wrong. It works out perfectly. Me wrong?
Healthy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last thing for you, Jeff.
What did you just say? Me wrong?
I'm never wrong.
Laura, cut that, please. Make sure we.
16 years, I've never been wrong on this show. What are you talking about, Brock? There'll be a first time for that at some point, maybe. But it certainly hasn't happened here in the last 16 years. I don't even know what I was going to ask you. It probably wasn't all that important. We'll just let you go. I think we're done here. I think we're about done.
So
Jeff,
good to see you on camera, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Oh, it's so nice to be on camera. You guys know it's my favorite thing to do.
It doesn't feel like that's the case. Goodbye, Jeff. We'll talk to you next week. See you, buddy.
See you, boys.
There goes Jeff Passan, who does join us Tuesdays, Brock, at 8:30.
It's kind of cool to have somebody with his ilk, right? Just the national waters that he swims in. One of the most, respected guys in his sport, doing what he's doing. Speak to Cal each and every week, because it does. It just helps add. We're close to it. I think just as a fan base here, we've always been this way. We get so close. We just take such an ownership and affinity for our guys. And to hear someone from the outside talk about that beloved nature, right? And he's right. He's right. In any sport, you get people that have this kind of individual success. It's hard to be. You can be respected, but it's hard to be loved and
celebrated. He said, "Yeah,
celebrated.
that was an interesting way of looking at
cool.
it. I thought that was that was really, really well said. That it's easy to be respected and very hard to be celebrated. Pretty cool. Yep. All right, Brock, we got an hour to go here today. Before we go too much farther, I want to make sure we continue on our countdown. We are on to the number 9 most intriguing Seahawk, and this guy's. God, when I first heard the name, I don't think I was all that excited, and here we are now, and I think I'm starting to become a pretty big fan, and I think he has a chance to really change the way this season goes. You can try to guess who it is, but we'll tell you next on Brock and Salk.
And now here's Cal Raleigh.
The season of Cal continues.
More history. Goodbye, baseball. Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher.
As Cal rewrites the history books.
He's starting to set a bar that's equal to nobody else.
And builds his case for MVP.
Just trying to stay focused on the main goal, and that's winning baseball games.
This is where you hear it all.
The storybook season.
The home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Keep your summer fun going in the best-selling Toyota Tacoma. Now through September 2nd, get 4.75 APR financing on a powerful new 25 Tacoma. Excludes Toyota Pro and Trail Hunter. Or you can lease a new 25 Tacoma SR5 double cab for just $299 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're building a high-rise or hosting a family reunion, you need things to run smooth and clean. That's where Honey Bucket comes in. They deliver top-tier portable restrooms, hand-washing stations, storage containers, fencing, and much more for construction sites and special events of all sizes. Just ask Cal Raleigh, Big Dumper himself. He knows a clean setup when he sees one. Honey Bucket. Local, trusted by pros, preferred by party planners. Call today or visit honeybucket.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Salk saying I'm never wrong is in Webster's dictionary as an example of an oxymoronic sentence. Maybe just moronic.
I mean, I asked Grok, has Salk ever been wrong? Salk was wrong when betting against the Detroit Lions and betting the house and betting the mortgage and betting the family.
That wasn't my fault. The things there are circumstances I never could have foreseen that ended up changing that, Brock. So I wasn't really wrong. It's just that the circumstances changed. Right? Have you ever heard that from anyone on the show?
I got some peanut brittle for you.
You ever heard that from anyone on the show? I wasn't wrong. It's just that I didn't know that he was going to throw and the guy was going to fall down.
Professor, could the Broncos beat the Steelers in the playoffs? 0.0.
0%.
Not going to happen.
Couldn't happen. Totally impossible. Well, I didn't know that the guy was going to fall down. Yeah, that's why it's not 0.0. All right. We are just inside 2 weeks, Brock, from the beginning of this Seahawks season. We're counting down the 20 most intriguing players on this team. And today that gets us to
number 9.
Tight end, Elijah Arroyo. A guy that when he was drafted, I was not necessarily sold on that being the right pick for them there. But as I've gotten a chance to watch him, read about him, hear people talk about him, all of the above, I'm starting to believe he's got the ability to be a game changer and an offense changer and a tone changer for this team. I don't know whether it's going to happen in year one. As you know, I'm always a little skeptical of rookies and counting on them to do too much. So I'm glad that he's listed as the number 2 tight end and that a guy like Eric Saubert is here. He's not a most intriguing type of Seahawks player, but he's a good, solid veteran who knows how to block and knows how to play the position and is built like a legit tight end. I mean, like all of the above. But the nice thing about Arroyo is that he has some skills that no one else in that room does. He's just faster. He's just a better receiver. And I think you can, you hear it from Nicky Manwari, who's got to go try to cover him.
With him, I think he has good feet. Like normally, I like tight ends who are like bigger and slower. I feel like that's an easy cover for me. But with Elijah, he kind of has feet like it could be like a big X receiver or like you can line him up wherever you want. So he's a good tight end. It's a medium cover. I wouldn't say he's a hard cover yet, but once he learns everything, he's gonna be a great tight end in this league. He can move. He has good feet. So. And
those two guys were going back and forth with each other all throughout camp, right? Fighting and arguing and trash talking and all of it. So he's not going to call him a hard cover, obviously. No. But could he develop into that? Yeah, with that speed, with those feet, and certainly with his body type. He could be an incredible player for them. His head coach has been watching.
He's done a nice job. I know he had the holding call, but he's really working on his run game stuff. Mac's doing a great job with him. The vets in the room are doing a great job. I thought he's caught the ball with strong hands, been decisive in his routes, playing fast. There's another level he can take it. He knows that, and he's going to get there. He's doing a lot of great stuff.
I think we know, Brock, that he's got the ability to be a very good receiver. That's sort of his calling card. Mm-hmm. And it'll happen eventually, you think. Maybe this year, maybe next year, who knows? The question, though, is in this offense, can he block well enough to be on the field in a lot of situations? And I don't know the answer to that, but everything I've seen, everything I've heard shows that he cares enough and tries hard enough and gives the effort to try to make that happen. And that, I would think, is a huge difference between him and Jimmy Graham. Kevin Clark has watched him for a long time and said this.
I went to the University of Miami, and I saw Elijah Arroyo play a lot of football, even though he did battle some health issues earlier in his career. And he's a really special player. If you guys haven't seen it, look at the season-saving, if you want to call it that, tackle he had on interception, one of Cam Ward's few mistakes on the year, where he ran about, I'd say, more than 100 yards because he had to cross the field just to tackle a linebacker. And that kind of effort isn't taught. I think he's a really special guy who's going to figure it out. We'll see about the blocking, but I think he's going to be an amazing receiving threat almost immediately, probably second half of this season.
So put it all together, Brock, and I was watching somebody doing a film breakdown of Arroyo during some of these preseason games, and he was blocking, and he was working hard, and he was down the field, and he was selling run, and he was kind of doing all the things that you really hope a young tight end can do. Tight ends are going to be a really big deal in this offense, and this guy was drafted in the second round in a spot where they had a lot of other options available to them. Yeah, he's a pretty intriguing Seahawk, number 9 on my list.
I'm just looking at some different comps and numbers here, Salk. What's interesting is Eric Saubert, right? Brickhouse. You know what he was at the Combine coming out as a rookie? 6'5", 253.
Mm-hmm.
And just a run blocker, right? As Daniel Jeremiah has told us, when he evaluates now, there's really this Gronk silo, and then there's this Kelsey silo. And, like, are you in that mode or are you in that mode? And Saubert's certainly in that Gronk mode, but it's 6'5", 253. Do you know what Arroyo was at the Combine? 6'5", 250. I mean, he is a big guy. You kind of look at him, and he kind of looks like a 6'3", 230 kind of movement guy. And then you're looking, whoa, he's actually 6'5", 250 moving that way.
But can move like that, yeah. I mean, that's why he's a second-round pick, and Eric Saubert was what?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Travis Kelce, by the way, 6'5", 255, coming out of school, 33.5-inch arms. Arroyo, 6'3", 6'5", 250, 33-inch arms. Like, very similar frame. And when I listen to McDonald there, you know what I hear? Because I've seen some of this, and I've watched some of the clips on the other side of it. Like, is there enough urgency?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's I think the hardest thing for these rookies to learn is like every play, not just the technique and run blocking, and there is, and the 1-2 and run blocking, which there has to be, but just like every play. Do you understand? Like, there is never in college. Guess what? You can coast, right? You via the competition, via the moment. Like a lot of these spread systems too. They literally, Salk, at times will go like this to one side, like Steph Curry to one side of the line of scrimmage. Like, just go to sleep. I'm not even looking at you. Just take a break. Because the whole read and the progression and everything else in this tempo system is going to be the other side. That's not the NFL. The NFL is every single play, and you don't know what any individual play could be the one that defines the outcome of the game. Because there's only about 60 of them, and typically you look to 4, 5, 6 plays a game as being the biggest difference.
I can tell you who's not going to be making one of those plays, Brock. According to Tom Pelissero, will not be Michael Jarrell. He was traded. Or was it Jarrell? Isn't it Jarrell? Anyway, Seahawks are sending him to the Falcons for a conditional 7th-round pick in 2027.
Yep.
Big news.
Yeah, there were teams calling on some of these linemen. It's pretty amazing, right? That the Seahawks, worst line in the league, 31st in the league, they're terrible. There were people with some needs calling about some of your backups. I think that's a good sign. I mean, that's what you want, right? You want people that want even your backups at that position, and good for Jarrell. There's not a home here, with Abe Lucas playing the way he's playing, and he showed some stuff last year, started some games, big physical guy. Yeah. And a similar system down there, their outside zone. So
he was a 7th-round pick, right? If I remember right. So,
yes, he was.
I mean, you get it back a 7th-round pick a couple of years later. If he's not going to make the team, great. Probably shows that you've upgraded the way you're trying to. All right. The rest of the moves and deals and cuts all coming within the next 4 hours. 1 p.m. today is cut down time. We'll give you everything we know about it next on Brock and Salk.
And now here's Cal Raleigh.
The season of Cal continues.
More history. Goodbye, baseball. Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher.
As Cal rewrites the history books.
He's starting to set a bar that's equal to nobody else.
And builds his case for MVP.
Just trying to stay focused on the main goal, and that's winning baseball games.
This is where you hear it all.
The storybook season.
The home of the Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing, and the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
50, Brock. It continues to go up and up and up, this Cal Raleigh home run counter as he hits another one yesterday. I don't think you can say that number enough. And I was struck going through those the seasons of people who hit 50 home runs. And maybe it's so meaningful to us because in our era, nobody did it when we were kids.
Right.
From 77 to 1990, nobody did it. I don't think Prince Fielder was, or Cecil Fielder rather, was a steroid guy. But he was sort of a one-off, and then it took a while before it started to become the norm again. And Brady Anderson, who was a steroid guy, and then everybody that followed after that.
Sosa, McGuire, and
And it kind of, I don't know, that lost some of the meaning for number 50. But I will still look at it as an incredibly powerful level to get to. And the fact that Cal's done it, and it's only, August 26th? Unbelievable, right? He still has 30 games to go. This was his first at-bat yesterday.
So JP ready, the windup, and the 3-2 on the way to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to left field. Head into the upper deck, stay fair. Upper deck, goodbye baseball. Number 50 for Cal Raleigh. He becomes one of only 33 members of the 50 home run club, and he reaches the upper deck like he did with home run number 48 yesterday. 49, he crushed off the out-of-town scoreboard, and the magical season just continues for Cal Raleigh.
So I think I was Angie I was talking to yesterday, and we were talking about the 2 home runs he hit for 48 and 49. And I was like, oh, my God, that one for 48 was crushed. Oh, no, it was heavily. And he was like, I don't know. I think 49 might have actually been hit harder. It just wasn't on quite the same trajectory. Apparently, Brock, that ball hit the out-of-town scoreboard so hard. I didn't even realize this. It bounced not into the bullpen, but all the way back into the field of play off the out-of-town scoreboard. You know how hard that is to do?
You know how hard it is to do, Salk, and like your 4th year as a big leaguer, become this good at that side of the plate? Right, to see a 400-point jump from what you did a season ago in OPS, that side of the plate, to see this kind of power surge, the work, the time, the commitment, all that goes into that kind of development at this stage when you're already a good player, when you're already a platinum glove winner, when you already got your contract, to then go about earning it the way he is. And I love what Passan said. A lot of guys can be respected, really hard to be respected and celebrated, and we're seeing just that.
Hey, you mentioned the right-handed swing improving, and yes, it's now 20 home runs from the left, from the right side, 30 home runs from the left, but he's actually hitting them at a higher rate from the right side. It's about 12% of his plate appearances have been home runs from the right side, and it's about 7.5 from the left. He says, he's been working on that and working on the timing.
I think I'm just doing a better job of getting on time. I'm getting my hands back sooner, which has helped. Getting ready to hit early, and I think for a little bit there, I was just wasn't getting my hands back in time, and obviously with a solid approach up the middle, that always helps too. So just trying to slow it down, get ready to hit, and get those hands back. So
it's really not complicated.
Was that Divish talking to his kids on the bus there in Montana?
Yeah.
Just get your hands back.
That's all you got to do. Then
That's it, Salk. I mean, it's a pretty simple sport. Just keep your hands back.
Pretty simple.
Fix your golf swing.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That's all you got to do? I'll start hitting fairways? Oh, that sounds good.
Get ready to hit. Keep your hands back.
That's all I got to do. Hey, they actually won the game yesterday, too. It wasn't just Cal Raleigh. Other guys had nice nights as well. I want to point out Jorge Polanco. He was a force with 4 runs driven in, 2 here.
And again, the 2-2 to Polanco, swinging a ground ball inside the bag at first, down the right field line, in toward the corner. Here comes Suarez. Naylor rounding third, he'll score. Over the third goes Garver. And at second, Jorge Polanco with a 2-out, 2-run double. The throw in from Tatis Jr. The Mariners tack on 2 more, and they now lead the Padres 7-4. And what a night for Jorge Polanco. His 3rd base hit. He now has 4 runs batted in. A hot shot ground ball right over the bag at first, down the right field line. It hit off the seats, then angle out down the right field line. And Suarez and Naylor score easily.
Yeah, they would add 2 more right after that on a little flare job from JP. And yeah, that got them to 9. Turns out it was pretty helpful to get there because it got a little dicey once again late. But they survived.
What do you think of Bryce last night? And what do you hear? Do you hear anything from Bryce with the different folks you talked to? And
I did not get any Bryce conversation yesterday, so I don't have anything on that for you. I thought he was good. I mean, he gave a bunch of home runs. I thought the offense kind of bailed him out last night. If we had had one of those, kind of low offensive output nights, I think there'd be some eyebrows. But I thought Lyle made some good points about Bryce also.
His velo stayed up again. It didn't drop. I think it was just command for Bryce, and that'll just be something he has to work back into as he reacclimates himself and has more starts as he gets off the IL. Kind of like Kirby and Logan had to do. Their first few outings back, it's not like they were world beaters. So I think the important thing for Bryce is it wasn't injury related. He's just got to command his pitch.
That's fair, but it's also, I think, he's got 6 starts left.
Well, that part is just the unfortunate circumstances. He's going to have to deal with it.
Understood, but you got 6 starts left, and they've got some bullpen concerns. So this is something that is going to be a continued conversation about whether or not Bryce or somebody else ends up going to the bullpen at some point. There's only 6 starts left, and if it takes another couple to try to get himself to where he needs to be, I think that conversation continues to percolate, especially with Emerson Hancock throwing in the pen in Tacoma. Astros off last night. Red Sox won. Royals lose, so the Mariners are up 4 in the wild card.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We heard the news, Brock. Mike Jarrell traded for a conditional 27 7th-round pick. So one of the moves of today for the Seahawks, but there will be a lot more as they've got to get down to 53 players by 1 p.m. this afternoon. Mike McDonald explains.
You have a lot of questions about our roster and all the things kind of going on right now, but hope you understand we're just going to keep it tight for right now, and we'll announce everything tomorrow. And we're still working through the process of these transactions, but and John said this, and I love how we do it here. It's we're looking at it through the lens of, hey, this is the 70. This is not the final 53. We need everybody in our building. All these guys have been awesome, and this is the crew that we're building for the long haul. And it's a big day for these guys. I understand that, big couple days, but hopefully we have a kind of a little bit longer term view of their careers, and we really appreciate the guys that have been here the whole time. They've done a great job.
Yeah, this is where your pro personnel guys are so busy. So the college and college draft guys, work their tails off to get ready for that acquisition of that draft and those 7 to 10 players you get via the draft, and then the undrafted free agents, another 10, 15 of those guys. It's your pro personnel department. There's 1,150 guys that are going to be released and have been, percolating out here that you've got to figure out, is this a better fit? Is this a better 4 than our 4th linebacker? Can we trade for if this guy has had such a preseason that all of a sudden, we're going to have 6, 7 teams, they're going to claim him and they're going to be ahead of us in the claim. Do we have to find a way to trade that 7th rounder we just got for Mike Jarrell for that guy that's going to be cut but going to be claimed ahead? There is a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of resources spent on somebody who you may look at as the very bottom of the roster, doesn't play much, and then there's an injury, and then you need them, and that's just the way that football, especially with a 17-game season, works, man. Every one of those guys, as Mike just said, does end up mattering.
All right, that is everything you need to know. I don't know how to feel about this. Andrew and Elmo, who text a lot, actually did ask Grok about examples for when Mike Salk was wrong. Would you like to hear what they came up with? Came up with?
Is this true?
I think so. I would assume. Doug Baldwin is a number 3 receiver at best on contending teams, 2015. I remember that conversation. Okay. Russell Wilson should win every time with the ball in OT, needing a field goal, 2021. True. I still think that. At that stage, of course you should win. If you have the quarterback, you have the ball in overtime with the old rules, of course you should win.
Okay.
Jared Kelnick should be platooned and benched versus left-handed pitchers. Well, yeah. No kidding. Was I wrong about that, Lyle?
Does this chat on AI thing, does this cost me money? Is this going to put viruses on my phone?
Probably,
Should I
yeah.
add this app?
I mean, only if you consider Elon
What
to be a
about the
virus.
entire season that you wouldn't admit that the Rangers were good when
That's
they
the
won
last
the
one
World
here.
Series?
Mariners will dominate Rangers due to their unsustainable offense 2023.
Even Passan was like, Salk, you have to admit the Rangers are.
And they've been bad ever since. They just got it together for a short amount of time.
they're not that good.
And they've been really bad ever since.
What
I wasn't
color's the
wrong.
Lions
You just
uniforms?
you just didn't give me enough
Blue.
time to be right.
They're Honolulu Blue. Honolulu Blue is not winning in Lambeau at the end of the year. Bet
All right,
your
that
house,
one-
bet your family.
That
bet
one,
your
I
mortgage.
didn't know. Nobody told me that that's the way it was going to go down, Brock. As you know, it was just a scenario that couldn't have possibly been
Does
foretold.
Cecily's list of times you were wrong make Rock?
You know what? I'm done with her. It's and you and all of you. How dare you talk to me this way today? I'm
But we
always
got to answer
right.
questions, Salk. But we got to
do.
answer questions.
I know. We're going to answer questions here in 20 minutes. That should be interesting today. Why don't you guys start sending them in? Text us at 866-979-3275. 3776. Any question on any subject, we would love to answer them. I'm here. I'm ready. I will put them together so that we can answer questions at 9:45 right after Maura takes us around the NFL next.
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
What's your optimism when it comes to guys with the ball in their hand, the pitchers on the mound?
You're on it in terms of what is the biggest concern. You now have an offense that can come back, and so it feels a little bit more frustrating to maybe use your lower leverage guys in games where you feel like you're back in it, but at the same time, you understand that you can't just throw Brash and Munoz every day, and even if you do, it's not always going to work out that easily.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Oh my gosh, the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is really tremendous. Been out there to look at it and everything they've done. The rooms are spectacular. The pool area is really, I've not seen anything quite like it. And then the new sports bar is gigantic and beautiful and great food and tons of TVs. It is the perfect place to go watch the game. Go check the whole thing out for yourself and get a room at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, answer the question, Jerk, in, I don't know, about 12 minutes or so. I've got some, but if you guys want to send in questions, please do. Text them, any subject, any question, whatever you got, 866-979-3776. Brock, we'll go around the NFL here in a minute. I did want to focus for just a moment, though, because Lyle kind of brought an interesting debate up this morning that I did not think would be that much of a debate. Yeah.
In the 6 a.m. hour?
Without even meaning to. Lyle really is against the idea of the Vetter Cup. I'll let him explain to you why he used the phrase kind of Mickey Mouse or forced or whatever. And I don't know. It had not dawned on me. I thought it was just sort of a fun, silly, over-the-top, kind of tongue-in-cheek little bit. But what, Lyle, see if you can explain, because a lot of people jumped on your bandwagon and totally agreed. We're not a fan.
Oh, yeah, this was big discourse yesterday, too. It's basically as simple as this. I have no interest in celebrating regular season trophies.
I don't think anyone's bragging that they won the Vetter Cup, though. Like, I just think it's something
Were you
they
a
mention a
trophy kid,
couple
Lyle?
times.
When you played, Kirkland Little League, were you a trophy kid?
Not participation trophies.
Oh.
Well, this isn't a participation trophy. It comes from winning the season series against the Padres.
Yay.
Isn't that funny? For whatever reason,
they just share a facility. Now Scott Service makes his home in the other place.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of. Don't you feel the discord down there when you're in Peoria and the hatred and the rivalry between these two? You don't feel that, Lyle?
No. No, I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't either. I honestly, I'm probably more Team Lyle on this too.
Really?
It's kind of silly. I mean, I love Pearl Jam, love Eddie Vedder, but like it is kind of the Big Ten trophies that have been around 150 years, kind of cool.
Like
Floyd of Rosedale, Paul Bunyan's axe, like pretty cool.
But this is nothing like any of those things, nor is it supposed to be. This is over the top, tongue in cheek. It's hilarious.
But people are celebrating this. Major League Baseball tweeted this insane graphic about winning the Vetter Cup on Twitter yesterday.
They're not celebrating it like they've won the World Series.
Oh, you think it's a joke, Salk?
A little
bit. The joke's
yeah.
on you, Salk.
Okay.
If you think this is a joke,
I do think it's a little bit of a joke. Like. Yeah, it's tongue-in-cheek. I love it. I think it's great. And Eddie's going to be there today, which is awesome. His two teams in some way, shape, or form, or at least his two cities, even though by all accounts he's a Cubs fan. I mean, like, the whole thing is kind of ridiculous and awesome. I love it. I think it's a lot of fun. So I'm, as usual, just sort of the fun, happy guy around here. I won't get any credit for it. People in and out of, our building, everyone will just, Salk's always angry about everything and hates everything. I love the Vetter Cup. I think it's fun. I think it's a great idea. I think it's fun and silly and cool and tongue-in-cheek and perfectly
just like
well
you
done.
love the Maple Grove.
No, I didn't like that at all.
You love that. What was that?
I did not like that. Stick Riz out there. No, I did not care for Stick Riz or the Maple Grove because I thought it was trying to recreate the greatness of the King's Court, which I loved, by the way. This I think it's great. The Vetter Cup. I think it's wonderful. And the guitar they had out there and the Better Man trophy is funny. The whole deal. You better take this up with Tim Booth. He'll have you, man. He will beat you up if you continue to impugn the Vetter Cup in any way. Maura, why don't you take us around the NFL?
Thank you for that introduction. I just think it's like being mad that Taylor Swift got shown on the screen for a few seconds during a football game. Like, who cares? They mentioned it a couple times. Someone held up a trophy after. Like, it's not a big deal.
Totally agree. Thank you, Maura.
Even if you don't think it's fun or funny.
As usual, Maura and I just agree. Just see the world the same way.
All right.
In 100 years, says the 360, the Vetter Cup will be just as cool as Paul Bunyan's axe.
Nope.
It might be.
Nope.
Who wins Paul Bunyan's axe? What's that for?
I believe that's Minnesota, Wisconsin, I believe.
Big one. Throw out the records.
Might be wrong.
Well, I don't know if you guys have been keeping track in Dallas, but the Micah Parsons negotiations, even though Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin resolved their situations recently, the Cowboys have not had the same fate. And even though Micah Parsons has been the consummate professional throughout most of this, even when Jerry Jones was taking shots, I think he's fed up or tired because he took a nap on the sidelines during their last preseason game. So things are not looking great.
You ever take a nap on the sideline, Brock?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Seem to be making a point. Tom Telesco, former Chargers GM, was on Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, and this was what he had to say about the whole situation.
If this was 1960 and you had George Halas and Paul Brown, where they bring the player into their office, you sit behind this big mahogany desk, and you negotiate the player one-on-one, you shake hands, you sign on the spot, and you move on. I just don't think that's reality now. So the agent he's going to be part of the process. And to me, and until they engage with the agent, I just don't see this getting done anytime soon. So where that stands, I don't know. But it's just not a great look right now for pro football.
And Jerry has made it clear that he has no interest in dealing with Micah Parsons' agent, who he will not even say his name. He says he doesn't know.
Oh, wow.
It's, by the way, the same agent who negotiated Deshaun Watson's guaranteed contract, which a lot of owners didn't like. So I don't know if there's some David Mugoletta, I think is his name.
Yeah.
And then you've got Darrelle Revis, Hall of Famer, chiming in and writing a letter asking the NFLPA to do their job. He says at the very least, they should be saying they don't condone what Jerry's doing, that all options are on the table, and they should be reminding players that if ownership ever tries to deal with them directly while they're represented, they should contact their agent and the union immediately.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is on Micah. Like, don't do the deal. Don't sit down with Jerry. Don't, put the deal on, like, from Jerry's perspective, he went to Micah, and this is the number, and this is what you want, and I'm going to give you more money.
Parsons says he was under the impression they were just talking.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, Jerry's like, yeah, we locked up a deal, right?
Right.
Crazy.
And now Jerry says he doesn't want to deal with the agent.
Yeah, it's going to get done. All right. Hendrickson got done yesterday. Terry McLaurin got done yesterday. The regular season's going to begin. Micah wants his game checks. It's going to get done, but yeah, it's pretty messy, pretty ugly.
It's going to get done, but I mean, how do you ever erase all of this? This feels a lot more personal and antagonistic than a lot of other situations.
Isn't Darrelle Revis right? Isn't this what a players' union exists for? This is not the first time that Jerry Jones has been accused of trying to exclude agents, and he basically said publicly that he would prefer to exclude agents. Shouldn't they say you can't do that if a player has one?
They're
and
too
the player
busy.
has the right to say, I'm not talking to you right now. I talk to my agent. That's why I'm paying my agent.
He did, and Jerry says, I'm not going to talk to your agent.
The Players Association can't even find people to run it that aren't like in the pocket of the owners or various other people. The Players Association is nothing right now.
They've got a lot of
Players
scandals going on.
Association? They're a disaster. Sorry.
Messy. Messy.
Was that your New York radio guy?
No, it's actually true. The Players Association is firing everybody at the top. I mean, we haven't covered the story that much, but it is a total and complete mess. Of course they're not able to handle anything like this right now.
It is a bit of a mess. Well, we can go to Cleveland since we did just
It's never a
mention
mess there.
Deshaun. Yeah, speaking of messes, Shedeur Sanders did not fare as well in his second preseason game for the Browns as he did in his first. He finished 3 of 6 for 14 yards with 5 sacks. Went 3 and out on 4 of his 5 series. Head coach Kevin Stefanski played 4 quarterbacks, Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, and Tyler Huntley in their finale Some people were angry that Shedeur was pulled in the final 2 minutes and Tyler Huntley closed out the game, despite the fact that they cut him the next day. So Stefanski was actually asked about accusations that he's sabotaging Shedeur Sanders. Excuse me.
I don't concern myself with outside type of things, but I'm committed to his development, just like all of our rookies. So we'll continue to focus on getting our guys better, and that's what we'll stay committed to, and that's what's important to me.
And did you, I'm sure you kind of answered this last night, but why didn't you keep him in for the 2 minute, or why did you decide to take him out?
Yeah, nothing more than decided to give Snoop some work at the end of the game.
I saw RG3 saying that it's not fair that Shedeur Sanders hasn't gotten the same opportunities as Dillon Gabriel. I mean, it's a weird situation because they drafted 2 quarterbacks, but Dillon Gabriel was drafted first.
I think the reason all this comes up is because there's a sense that the Browns didn't really want to draft him, that somebody had to stop the slide, and they did. And I think that's where all of this comes from. I don't know whether it feels like Kevin Stefanski really wants this circus and really wants this guy on the team. I think that's where it comes from. As for whether or not it's unfair, hey, it is what it is. I mean, life's not fair when you get drafted to an NFL team. If you want it to be fair for the player, get rid of the draft and let them sign wherever they want. You're in a system where you get drafted. And Moore, you're absolutely right. Some guys get drafted ahead of other guys and get better opportunities and better situations to try to show their stuff. That's just the NFL. But I do think that I don't think Kevin Stefanski's particularly interested in having Shedeur Sanders around. Do you?
Not really. And there's things Shedeur does well. In the first preseason game, we got to play with the frontline guys. When he's got a little help, he looked pretty good.
Did not look so good in the last game.
When it's not clean around him, he takes ridiculous sacks, as he did for 2 years at Colorado, and blames the O-line. And every apologist for Shedeur says, oh, he's got terrible people around him, and it's not his fault. And see, when he played with the good guys, he was able to get the ball out. And, you know, the beauty of it, and I do believe this, the beauty of it is football purifies. The actual game purifies. And Joe Flacco is going to get hurt. They're going to be 1-4. And then Dillon Gabriel is really small. And if he struggles, guess what? Shedeur, you're going to get your chance. Yeah. And what are you going to do? You know, I mean, you're a 5th-round pick. And actually, if you look at all the different 5th-round picks and all the different quarterbacks drafted in the 5th round and later around the league, to look at the actual circumstances now with Kenny Pickett getting traded, like your path, your runway to playing is there. And you're going to get your opportunity to silence a whole bunch of those critics or excite a whole bunch of your fans as well.
All right, Maura, give us one more.
Sure, yeah. As Brock just mentioned there, the Raiders making some moves yesterday after wide receiver Jacoby Myers requested a trade. They ended up adding Amari Cooper to the roster, even though they say they have no plans on trading Jacoby Myers. So just adding more depth at wide receiver. And then they made a move at quarterback, acquiring Kenny Pickett from the Browns for a 2026 5th rounder. Backup quarterback Aiden O'Connell, also known as Farva from Super Troopers, broke his wrist and is expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks.
Why would a wide receiver want to get traded out of Las Vegas? I mean, you're getting to play with Geno Smith. That feels like a tremendous situation.
It's more about the fact that he's 28. He has no guaranteed money left on his deal. He wants something.
No, but I mean, you play a couple games with Geno, I'm sure everything's going to work out, right?
So sarcastic.
Gosh, I would have bet every dollar in my pocket that was going to be your first thing you said.
I was just wondering. I don't know. I don't know all the story. I'm more thank you for giving us more to the story. I saw
exactly where you're going. So
I've never heard of anyone requesting a trade away from Pete Carroll in all the years around Pete. I've never heard of that happening. So it was a little odd when I saw it, and I wondered if the quarterback had anything to do with it.
Answer the question, Jerk. I got a personal question, and so as we were coming back from break, Lyle was like, "Oh, that's a good one." I've never heard Lyle say that about answer the question, jerk question.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think I got to throw one your way that I need answered from you as well. Yep.
Answer the question, jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
Personal question.
Personal question.
Personal question. Maybe this is hard for you to evaluate yourself, and it's really others that tend to do it for you. The way you carry yourself on the sidelines of a training camp practice versus the way you carry yourself in and around T-Mobile Field. Same?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I think so.
Same cocksureness, blink scouting that I see on a training camp football field is what I get at baseball diamond. I don't think so.
No?
No.
I think I carry myself the same way.
I think you're much more communicative in the baseball setting, asking questions, connect. That's your wheelhouse. And you get on that football field, and if you've got a thought and you've got a blink scout, there is nothing.
Well,
rain,
I don't know.
shine,
I think
hail, or
snow,
snow
there's a
that's gonna
huge difference. They're
change
two
it.
very different places.
They are. So that's why I'm curious.
The only other people around in the NFL training camp situation are other members of the media.
Switch release.
Like, I don't. Versus, like, when you're hanging out in a dugout, you know, there's bench coaches and managers and executives. Like, there's a lot of different people who are, they're not out there running
accessible.
practice.
Yeah, a lot more accessible.
If we were sitting around on the sideline with all the assistant coaches, I think I'd probably be a little different.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Nobody in the
That's
media
fair.
has any freaking idea what they're talking about. Why would I care what they say? I'm just kidding. Believe me, Brock, you don't need to ask anyone in the media what they think about what's on the field. Everyone's perfectly happy to tell you all the time. Oh, did you see what went on there? Did you see what going on the left tackle? Yeah. Oh, did you see who's doing that? Oh, did you see? I noticed. Did you see that? Because I noticed. You see who won that round? Uh-huh. Yeah, did you see that? I saw it. Look at me. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm looking to do is take all my information from what all the other members of the media are seeing.
Next question, Ron.
Oh, you want me to ask Salk the question I saw? Yeah, sure. It was.
No, I just wanted you to hit next
question.
Golly.
I don't think we have that anymore.
No, we don't do that.
No, we don't have it anymore. It's not part of it. It's not part of the bit anymore.
Next.
Answer the question, jerks. What's going on with Riley Mills? Haven't heard anything about his availability since he was drafted. Do you know what's going on with Riley Mills?
Yeah, he's working his way back. He's on PUP, right? The ACL injury happened late in the season last year at Notre Dame. So there was going to be no thought of him starting the season anywhere near the roster. So he'll be on the injured list or IR or whatever till maybe 10
Not
weeks,
PUP,
and then
though,
evaluate.
right?
Well, physically, yeah,
He
on
can
the
do
PUP,
PUP,
but
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Did not pass his physical.
Jerks. Salk, would you rather listen to a country album or watch a soccer game?
This is the one I saw.
Joke's on you. It's a soccer match. Easy answer, no. Absolutely
This
not.
is the one you like, Lyle? This was the one.
Soccer games aren't bad live.
Yeah, it's not true. I've been. Pretty bad. Plus, they have all of the Sounders fans there, and they're really...
Man, you are on one today.
You are on a heater. The Evergreen State Fairgrounds got you last night.
I can't want my kids... somebody's taking my kids from me. It's awful.
You said you like the dad.
I do. I love the mom, too. I actually love them both. They're great. I just don't appreciate them indoctrinating my kids. You remember when I cursed around your kids, Brock, and you were kind of mad about it?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel. Like, you were trying to raise your kids without cursing. I'm trying to raise my kids without country music.
Do you remember what you cursed around my kids about?
I do, yeah. No, I don't remember what it was about.
It was about the old spaghetti factory.
Oh, it was the worst restaurant in the history of restaurants.
And you dropped a couple F-bombs. I was like, really? Really? Haley's like 7 and Macy's 5. Really?
Well, you told me then that when I have my own kids as they grew up that I would understand why you were mad, and I still don't understand why you were mad. Still don't care about that stuff. Curse all you want. Not a big deal to me. Jerks, would it make sense for an NBA team to invite Caitlin Clark to camp? No. That would feel like a stunt. Right?
What did I see yesterday? Some headline that she was all excited because she's becoming a signature player for Nike.
Yeah, I don't think I know what that means.
Was she not already a signature player for Nike?
Well, I mean, maybe in a few years her shoe will finally come out.
Oh, gotcha.
Maybe that's what it means. Maybe they've now setting a date for next decade when you can actually buy the Caitlin Clark shoe.
Her own logo.
Is that what it is, a logo?
I think so.
How is there possibly not a Caitlin Clark shoe yet? I don't understand. It's ridiculous.
But the Angel Reese shoe's coming out September 2nd.
Is it?
I'll buy you a pair, hot pink. What size are you?
11 and a half.
Okay.
I'd wear those.
Hot pink Reebok, 11 and a half.
That sounds ideal. Sounds great. Let's see.
Were you ever a Reebok guy, Salky?
I don't know that I've ever owned a pair of Reeboks. No.
Pumps? The
No.
D Brown pumps?
Nope. Nike,
Never owned the
Adidas,
pumps?
but I don't think ever Reebok.
I have a pair of white Reeboks now. I love them.
Aren't they
One
now
of my basketball
RBK or something?
Teammates and high school had a pair of those pumps, and I think they were 12.5 pounds each. They were real heavy.
Yeah. Well, you have to have room for a full pump inside. It's so ridiculous. D. Brown doing the pump, though, was pretty awesome. And then he covered his eyes. That was pretty good. How many times do you think Cal has had to pee in a cup so far this season? I mean, probably the normal amount, right? You do see this suggestion around. Look, I of all of the people who've ever gotten to this point, Cal Raleigh strikes me as the least likely to be using performance-enhancing drugs. Nothing is impossible in this world, but it would really, really blow me away to start using PEDs right after signing your big deal. Like, none of that makes any sense. He's also just gotten better as a right-handed hitter. That's not a PED thing. Nothing about him looks like a PED guy, like not even a little.
So said, who was it that said they saw, was it Heather? It was like, wow, he really does have a big
Heather
butt.
did say that. His butt really is big.
You know who else had a really big butt? Junior.
Yeah, huge.
And they're the only two that have hit 50 home runs. So when I say power source, it matters.
Junior had a pretty big butt. You got a pretty big power source going on there.
Bigger
Both guys.
butt, Cal Raleigh or Ken Griffey Jr.?
Well, what age for Cal and what age for Junior? Let's get ages, because I think that'll maybe change the equation. I need more information.
I'm uncomfortable.
Are you?
I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Well, I didn't even read the one about you, Maura. There was a question here about you. Did you see that one?
I did not.
Maura's wearing a sleeveless shirt today, and somebody asked if they could get 2 tickets to Maura's gun show. Because it's true, Maura's arms, she's jacked. All this working out you've been doing over the last 2 years, Maura, is taking effect.
I do arms.
I can tell.
2 to 3
It's a
times
good
week.
move. It's a good move. Take
Yeah.
away the fingers, look at the biceps.
Yes. Trying to distract.
Today.
All right, we got to go. We got to get out of here.
Maura, you wear gloves when you lift?
No, but I probably should because
The fingerless gloves, except they're just normal gloves, but Maura's fingers are so
No,
long.
John.
They come all the way
John.
outside of them.
I'm starting to get some calluses from doing RDLs on the Smith machine.
Yeah, you better
Doing
start wearing
what?
them gloves.
What are RDLs?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry. Defer to the weightlifters here. RDLs. All right.
Romanian deadlifts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Answer the question, Salk. Do you get frustrated and upset when you play golf with someone that stinks? No, I stink. How frustrated could I possibly get?
Are you kidding? You feel great.
I know. Now, if I play golf with somebody who's very slow, very different. That'll annoy me. But somebody who's bad, I get more upset playing with somebody who's good. Oh, man. All right. I can't wait to hear what hate mail's in store for me tomorrow and then on Thursday for Here's the Thing. I thought today was a fun show. I don't know whether everybody else will agree.
I'm also now learning Eddie Vedder is actually a Cubs fan.
Yeah.
My mic's turning off.
We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
What a wild barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
What's your optimism when it comes to guys with the ball in their hand, the pitchers on the mound?
You're on it in terms of what is the biggest concern. You now have an offense that can come back, and so it feels a little bit more frustrating to maybe use your lower leverage guys in games where you feel like you're back in it, but at the same time, you understand that you can't just throw Brash and Munoz every day, and even if you do, it's not always going to work out that easily.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and the strike 3 called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
The Mariners homestand continues tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow afternoon at 1:10 against the Padres. Plus, don't miss out on more marquee interleague matchups down the stretch as Cal and the crew take on the Cardinals September 8th to 10th and the Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
It's a cut down day in the NFL. The Seahawks and 31 other teams are